All right, good morning, everybody. Today's date is March 30th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in Albany with video conferencing in Buffalo and New York City. This meeting is also being live streamed on the State Liquor Authority's YouTube channel. Present today are Chairman Vincent Bradley, Commissioner Lily Fan, and Commissioner Greeley Ford. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Meyerhoff, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Donahue, and myself, Secretary to the Authority, Roser. The next meeting dates will be April 27th, May 11th, and May 25th. Please silence your cell phones while in the meeting room and take any phone calls or conversations that you'll have outside, please. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then in Albany, and no earlier than 10:30 in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium or the table and introduce yourself. Representatives should introduce their clients who are present. Presentation time will be limited to 5 minutes per side. If there's multiple people in support or opposition, you'll need to split up the 5 minutes. Chairman, do you have any announcements?
No, thank you.
So starting in Buffalo, the first item is 584, that's Stone Cellars Wine and Liquor, LLC.
Over here, Don. Oh.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Keith O'Toole. I'm appearing on behalf of James A. Yeager Incorporated, and I'm present with Jim Yeager and his son Matt Yeager. We are here, and you might want to sit down.
Is the applicant there, or is it just opposition?
I'm not familiar with the applicant personally, so I couldn't speak to that.
Are you opposition?
We are opposition.
Oh, we're gonna have
Would
to
you like
wait.
to-
We're gonna have to give the opposition. I mean, the applicant a few minutes to see if they show up. Otherwise, we'll let you go.
Very good. Thank
Okay.
you. You can recall the matter, gentlemen.
All right, so next is 634, that's La Divina Uno Inc.
Good morning, members of the full board. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm the attorney for La Divina Uno Inc. I'm joined here by Robert Heil, consultant, and applicant Yaslin Kimball. La Divina is a popular Mexican restaurant serving street-style traditional tacos and other Mexican items, and we're here today for an application for a liquor license.
Can you would? I see that she invested $45,000 in this from a company called Merchant Capital. What is that? Is that a credit card?
It is it's a company that what they do is they provide funding for restaurants, and they take a percentage of your sales every day automatically.
How much?
Is it a merchant cash advance?
It's a cash advance, correct.
It's a merchant cash advance company which has become very popular in the hospitality industry.
And how much percentage are they taking of the revenue?
9%.
9% until it's paid back?
Correct.
9%
So what they
of
do
what?
is it will be
9%?
of the credit card sales.
Your gross?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Wow.
Well, wait, I'm not understanding.
Yeah.
They're taking 9% of just the credit card sales or all the gross revenue?
Just the credit card sales.
So, Chairman, what these companies do is they provide working capital in exchange for percentages of credit card sales, and they have, I don't know, everyone's a little bit different, but I believe what they typically do is handle the credit card processing and then
Correct.
take the remit directly from each swipe of a credit card. And I would say this is extraordinarily common.
I
talked
don't
to-
know how, I'm not telling you it's not common, but this is the first time I'm seeing it.
Yeah, we've
No,
never heard of it.
I appreciate that. But,
And I don't know how legal it is, do you?
it is
For us, I
legally-
mean, as far as, I don't know how legal it is as far as our law goes.
We've never, at least as far as I recall, let the third party take out their money first and then send it to the licensee.
there are some
third-party vendor internet sites that come close to that. I don't think it's that pure.
So you're saying that the credit card transaction goes directly to them, they take their percentage and then send the money to her?
So the way it works is that the credit card, I have a credit card company that is called WorldPay. They are my credit card merchant, the ones that process every credit card swipe. What they do is they have an agreement with the credit card company that I am allowing them to take 9% of my daily credit card sales until this loan is paid off. That's the way it works.
So I don't believe they take the entire credit card swipe.
No,
They just
no.
pull the 9%.
And is there an interest on the loan?
So who sends you the
Yes, it is.
91%? Who sends you the 91%? The same company that you took the cash advance from?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
They're taking 9% out.
Correct.
So what entity sends you the 91%? Is it the entity that gave you the cash advance?
It's your credit card processor.
No, the
right?
credit card processing company it's just the way you have to look at it is the same way as having a loan and having an EFT payment.
No. With due respect, we have to look at the way in which the money is being handled, not
Okay.
the terms of your deal.
Okay.
So the money,
I think we have to see this, to be
Well,
honest with you.
I-
And go ahead and ask your question, because that's a valid question too.
What's the interest rate?
They don't really provide you with an interest rate. What they do is, let's say that you have a $45,000 loan. So they say that by the end of the loan period, when you end paying the loan, you paid $56,000. So they don't really
Well,
give you
there
a
is-
percentage rate.
They
Can
don't
I ask,
provide an interest
why
rate.
didn't you disclose this in the application?
I mean, if you're paying back 56 and you got 45, then the interest rate is almost
Depending on
25%.
how many years it takes. There is an interest rate, but it's not set in stone. So you're telling me they're basically giving you they're floating you this money. It could take you 30 years to pay it, and you're only paying $56,000 back.
Correct.
We need to see the documentation on that.
Is there a
If I
reason-
may-
Yeah, hold on. There's a specific question in the application that asks if anybody else is getting a percentage of your revenue, and you said no.
there's
Because
also
the
a
way
question
that
that
I
says, is
look
there
at
a
it
lending?
is a loan. It's a loan. It's a loan.
Okay,
It's just the same.
but they're
you know, it's
getting
a loan.
they're getting a percentage of your revenue,
Mhm.
and you answered the question no.
I mean, we just have to get the information on this. We're gonna have to put it over. I'm not telling you that you can't do it, but we have no idea what this is.
It does
Okay.
say
We'll gladly
45,000.
provide that. I've had conversations with counsel here locally and investigators because this is a very robust industry. The industry itself doesn't style themselves as lenders because that would be prohibited in New York. They say that they're purchasing future receivables. So that's why they don't provide a interest rate. I think this is.
That would be even more illegal.
I understand.
Under our law, that would be illegal. You can't share profits or revenues with an unlicensed entity certainly without us approving of it.
I
So
understand.
I'm not denying that this may be popular. We have not seen it, and maybe they're not disclosing that they're using it, but we need to make sure this is not problematic.
The other thing that if it's equity, it's either debt or it's equity. It's not neither. If it's equity, then the company needs to be on the license. I think the company would rather have it be debt. But in any event, it's not up to them to decide how it will be interpreted under our law or any other law, whether it's debt or not. We need to look at the agreement and understand how it works.
So can you get us the documentation, and we'll put this on for the 27th of April?
Absolutely. And I would offer, and I know this is not the proper venue for it, but as somebody who practices in this area a lot, I'm seeing these loans constantly. And I think this is going to be something that, because I understand that on the face, it flies in the face of the liquor authority's lending disclosure rules. And I think it's something that needs to be addressed on a wider statewide level. But we will absolutely provide this in return on the 27th. We thank you for your attention to this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
April 27th.
They probably should have addressed it legislatively before they started doing it.
Well, it says $45,000 merchant cash advance. It's here.
No, but it doesn't tell you that that she's paying back $56,000.
Okay.
I thought it was a credit card charge.
If it was simple interest and not a percentage of revenues, it would be,
A loan.
yeah. And then the question is, what is?
This goes right back to the GoFundMe stuff. Or what did we call it before?
It's very
WeFundMe?
simple.
We funder.
WeFunder?
Well, that's under the same thing, it's two different, companies, yes.
So next item is 586, that's Brand Wine and Spirits LLC.
I'm sorry, what's that number again?
586.
586.
Good morning again, members. Again, my name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm joined by Jess Paul Mathan, the applicant, and Neil Weinberg, the attorney who put the license application together. We're here for a package store application for Grand Wine and Spirits LLC. This is a store that will be located on a major thoroughfare in Pendleton, New York, which is located in between Buffalo and Lockport. The store is a standalone store. It's not part of a plaza. And the closest store is 3.2 miles away. The next closest stores are 4.5, 5.4, and 5.9 miles. They are all of those stores are located in plazas. Which
So
you have,
let me stop you there. Is there any opposition?
no, Chairman.
Okay, we did get 2 letters of protest and also a letter of support from the local assemblywoman and the town supervisor. Go ahead.
We think this store is going to be an excellent store for the area. It'll serve the public convenience and advantage. The road that the store is located on, South Transit Road, has a traffic count of over, in this specific area, has a traffic count of over 30,000 vehicles daily. It's a major connecting point between Buffalo and Lockport. And Mr. Mathan has already reached out to 3 local wineries. We know that people often present that they're going to focus on New York State products, and that's wonderful. But Mr. Mathan has gone the extra step to actually speak with the wineries and the growers about featuring their products. And these are wineries that are located in the Pendleton, Lockport area in the Niagara wine region. And he's looking to focus on offering those products to the local residents and helping build a connection between the wine growing that's going on in this area and his store. It's something we're not seeing in the other stores. I know there's large stores in the area a few miles out, but we're not seeing these specific products being offered. So for those reasons, we think it meets public convenience and advantage, and we'd ask that it be approved.
Who did he borrow the $60,000 from to put into the store?
That was from my own savings. I worked in 2 banks, and I worked for a few years, and that was from my own personal savings.
You saved $60,000 in 4 years?
Yeah, I was a management position, and then I also got a few bonuses as well.
I see. It said your application says you were a management trainee, and you worked less than a year at that.
And then prior to that, I worked at HSBC Bank.
As a collector.
Yeah, and it was a commission based. So
Do you live by yourself, or do you live with your parents?
I live with my parents.
Who owns the 2 liquor stores you work at?
One is for my father, and the other one is my uncle that I worked at while I was doing my undergraduate studies.
And they didn't give you any money to open this one?
Nope, it is for my own personal savings.
If you save that kind of money, that amount of time, I was going to say you're obviously single.
Yeah. I mean, I've been wanting to open up my own
I
business
was
for
single a
long
long time and couldn't do it. So.
I've been really saving up my money. I really want to open up my own business, so.
Mr. Mathan has been diligent about this path for a long time. As long as I've known him, he's been looking forward to this application.
Yeah, and he's applied before, and on one of the applications, he applied and misrepresented completely where he got the money from, which is why we're asking these questions, or I'm asking, I should say.
We understand. There was some errors in that application that were made, and there's no question about that.
It was inadvertent errors.
That's not being repeated here. Mr. Weinberg and I were brought in to make sure that this
So let me
application
ask you
is done
this then,
properly.
he saved, I said 5 years, so it appears he saved $60,000 in 2 years. Since he didn't put it on his previous applications that he put any money in of his own, he had borrowed it from, where he lied where he got it from. So now it looks like you saved $60,000 in 2 years. Is that accurate?
Well, like I said, I've been working at the banks, and my salary was supporting that, so I saved up the money to.
How much was your salary a year?
Well, when I worked at HSBC, my base was about 60,000 plus commissions. And then at M&T, it was also about 60 to 70,000, but I only worked there for a short period of time. The commissions is what made it is a collection position.
Commissions on what?
Collecting.
You collect, so it's banking, whatever you collect on.
So on what?
So like on credit card debts, like we cold calling, stuff like that, loans that we're collecting on.
And how much was the commission, say, how much was the commission per account?
It's not per account, so they would look at it per every quarter. And so whatever the total amount that is you collected, you would get a commission based off of that. I mean, I've had commissions in a single quarter for more than like $7 grand, 10 grand sometimes.
Members ready to vote?
Yeah, I'm good.
Sure, Andrew.
Members, if I just may add, in our submission, we include letters of support from various community members who Mr. Mathon's met with, who thinks that he's an appropriate fit for this store and for this location.
Are they aware he lied on his previous application to us?
That was inadvertent, and it wasn't.
I would offer, Chairman, that I don't believe, I've talked to Mr. Mathon about this, I don't believe that the misrepresentation was intentional in any manner. And
See, I mean, I don't know, and I'm sure you do this as much as I do, but my concern here is not really about him. My concern is about his father and his uncle.
No, we understand the rules
And that there will be
regulations
some
of the.
level of cooperation between the three stores that would
There will
lead
not-
to us having to take all three stores.
There will not be any commingling of the stores whatsoever. I'm very well aware of the laws and regulations of the authority.
I'm sure you are. I don't doubt that you are.
Yeah, I just want to state on the record that I do not have any intentions. There's no correlation with the other stores. I want to do my own business. I'm going to be my own entity. Everything will be 110% separate.
That
How
will
far
not be an
back
issue.
how far, do you have the application? How far back did we look at his tax return? I mean, at his bank statements?
We only go back a few months. That was a decision made some time ago.
Okay. We can vote.
Yeah, can.
Members, if you would like, we'd be happy to provide a longer financial history, if that's what's in question. The issue with commingling or cooperation is not going to be a problem. We understand there was an issue with the prior application. Again, I would offer that I don't think it was an intentional lie. I think there were some mistakes made on the application. But Mr. Weinberg and I have been very clear with Mr. Mathon about the potential issues here, and everything that we can see. This is completely his store and will be run independently. So if there's further documentation that's required, we'd be more than happy to provide it.
Yeah, we just got 3 months of bank statements on this. And it appears to be an account where there was no activity. It was just, a given amount of money that was sitting there. There was
So
nothing-
the deposit of the money is not on the statements that we have.
No.
It just says $60,000.
No, it's a different, it's more than that.
But we have there's no deposits that go into it in the 3 months
No,
we have?
I'm looking at three months of bank statements where there's a big beginning balance, nothing going in, nothing going out.
Beginning balance is before the date of the application? or-
It is, I have,
Okay, good.
April, 2021. Or actually, I take that back, this is, April, May.
June.
And June, those are the 3 months.
Okay. We can vote,
Yeah.
unless you guys want it.
I'm good.
Hold it over.
No, we can vote.
Commissioner Mann?
I mean, it's, the risk is his, not mine. We can't, I mean, if you guys want to hold it over, I'm fine with that too. I seem to be the
Yeah,
one,
I
I seem to
know-
be the one creating the ruckus here,
No,
so I
you're
don't
not,
want to.
no, you're not. I think that I would like to see more bank statements.
Well, what about, let me
Do a
suggest,
conditional,
support for the,
conditional report number?
The what?
support
Can we request it?
Well, I just want to see the deposits. That's, I think we would like to see a year of bank statements. Is that enough?
I would say.
Or 2
it
years.
needs to be the 2 years before this application was.
All right, so we want to see.
If you want
the
to know that he saved the money, show me the money.
Conditional?
how about
For-
record sufficient to show that that calendar was saved by
Yeah,
that deadline?
that's fine.
And can't we just give that to licensing, or does it need to come back to us?
No, we
he
can give it
needs
to
come back
license.
here.
No, they can
It's
give it to
still a liquor
license.
store, so you're gonna have.
I mean, this is a gigantic store.
Yeah. Okay, then say what you
This is
said.
almost 10,000 square feet.
We're gonna need financial records sufficient to support his, statements on the record today, that he saved the money that's in that account. So I don't know how long that needs to go back, but that's what we need to see.
Movement.
Huh?
To show movement, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly.
Documents sufficient to show, without a deadline of dates, that, you'll know that better than we will.
So cash deposits don't really show anything, is what he's saying. And then
Well,
you
we
can.
we could say go back a year, and the money was, the commissions were earned earlier. I mean, if you have statements, commission statements, and, from earnings, that would also support the story that, I don't mean anything negative by the word story. The statements that you made today, we just need support in financial records, contemporaneous financial records.
And you can send those to licensing.
427.
Well,
Will we return on 427?
No, you can do that now. It'll be back on our calendar for 4/27.
I understand, okay.
It's gonna be better if you send them to the full board supplemental email address.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
send them to the full board supplemental email address.
Not licensing,
Correct.
okay?
And for
We'll get
some
those right
reason-
over.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name, Council.
Jacob Pierkowski.
Jacob, if for some reason there's an issue or some confusion about what you need to show that you want to ask questions about, contact me,
Okay,
okay? And
Very
I'll
good.
discuss them with you so that we don't waste the next meeting and we have this all
absolutely.
sorted. Okay? Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I don't believe, the applicant for Stone Cellars Wine and Liquor LLC has appeared yet. Is that correct, Nicole?
Yeah,
Still
no,
just an
no,
opposition?
he has not appeared.
Pick it up again or move on to?
No, bring it up,
No,
let's
no.
deal with it.
Okay. So, column 584, that's Stone Cellars Wine and Liquor LLC, so if the opposition wants to.
Do we even need to hear from them?
Licensing isn't here.
No, I mean, they got to approve public meetings in advance. There's nobody here to approve it.
Yeah, so I think that's why
All right, you want them to go? They can go. Go ahead.
put on record.
Put your argument on the record, just so that we have it. It might, if for some reason they at some point show up and try to get this back in front of the board, then at least they'll have something to respond to. So, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the SLA for hearing our comments today. I'm present with Matt Yeager and Jim Yeager, father and son, who operate Pinnacle Wine and Liquor. That's the DBA for James A. Yeager Incorporated, and they are located at 1720 Monroe Avenue. In addition to the submissions we offered on our January 12th letter, as well as our March 25th supplemental submittal, my client would like to offer for the record that in the year 2022, starting January 1st up through yesterday, March 29th, in addition to the gross sales letter data that you've already received, in that partial year, my client's sales have gone down 10.2%. This is consistent with the
I'm
information
sorry,
we
can you
previously.
just give me those dates again? I'm sorry, say that again?
Certainly. January 1st, 2022 through March 29th, 2022. My clients' gross sales have decreased 10.2% over the prior year, over the year 21.
10% to the same months in 21? Is that what you're comparing it to?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
But
Thank
and just so the record's clear, his sales in 21 were 5.4 million rounded up. If you go to 19, they were 4 million. So I mean, in the last 2 years, he's gone up significantly.
Yes, and as we discussed in our original submission, the better part of that has to do with COVID. There was a spike in demand
No,
during COVID.
I agree with that.
Yes. And in addition to that, what is also true is that my client had relocated to a new location and has been building the business in that location. So it was expected to have an increase year over year.
What he did was he distanced himself from Nicole's Wine and Spirits. Is what he did. He went further up the road away from them, correct?
From Wegmans.
From Wegmans, yeah. I'm saying where he was, he moved down the road quite a bit to get to distance himself from Wegmans, correct?
That is correct. And as we offered in our letter, Century Liquor, which is what Wegmans is operating at 3349 Monroe Avenue, is really the largest package store to our knowledge in the county. Whereas Wegmans has for many years been lobbying in Albany to allow the sale of wine and spirits in their stores along with the rest of the supermarket industry. They're building a knowledge base and operating some package stores, and as you know, they were operating them at one point, in effect, as a retail chain. But whatever the motivation, they can afford to lose sales. My client cannot, because in the real world, under the regulatory scheme that you are ruling over, package stores are a one customer operation. My client's net worth is tied up in that one location, and it's all about supply and demand, as you know. The regulator regulates to make sure that demand does not exceed supply, that supply does not exceed demand. And it's been our experience, and the data shows that there's a downward, there is a population decline in Monroe County. There's a population decline in the town of Brighton, where my client's location is and where the applicant's proposed location is. In light of that downward population decline, there's a decline in demand, fewer customers, less demand for alcoholic beverages. In addition, in our supplemental submittal of March 25th, we also provided supplier data, which also documents that the actual boxes, the cases of products that are being shipped to retailers has been in a downward trend. And when you remove the spike for COVID demand, you can see that there's been a significant downward trend that matches the decline in population. It is our contention, ladies and gentlemen, that adding another supplier to an area where demand has not peaked, in fact, there are fewer customers, would be inappropriate if not irrational. And so we ask you to join us in opposing this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other opposition? Any other opposition there, or is it just you guys?
The room is empty.
All right.
Members ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Should we wait? They're not gonna come?
I mean, they're the only ones left. We're about to close off Buffalo.
I know.
We could,
No, I'm ready to vote.
I don't know if they're gonna appear, but we technically leave up the street. So, give them more time.
Nope, I don't.
You ready to vote?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'll vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Brown?
I'm going to vote to deny that there's been no showing of public convenience and advantage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your time and consideration.
You're welcome.
Well, thanks for taking the time.
And Nicole, there's no other people there, correct?
No, this
There
is
are.
it.
Okay, just leave it up for about 30 minutes, just in case.
All right, thank you.
So moving on to, is is on 2 items. Next is 635, that's NEDS Spirits LLC.
635, you said?
635.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you guys the applicants?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any opposition here to?
Is there any opposition? No? Okay.
You're Denise.
We have no written opposition.
Who's Daniel? You're Daniel?
Yes.
Can you
Elizabeth?
put your names on the record though, so you
You're
can?
Christine.
Yes. Daniel Matthijs.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Denise Brigham.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Christine
Christine Warren.
Ward.
Ward.
W-A-R-D.
All right, I think I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, we're ready to vote.
Closest store is 5 miles away. The group owns a mini mart. This is a very small store. I find public convenience advantage. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
There's no brainers like applications like this one. I wish we saw more of them, to be quite honest about it. Every now and then, one's come by that makes you surprised that the community of Corfu is not served by a store. I'm stunned. So I think you are fulfilling public convenience and advantage without a doubt, so I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for making the trip out.
Next is 651, that's 4 Main LLC.
Can you put your name on the record?
Jason Primo?
Do you own the place?
Yes.
You had quite an eventful first 6 months.
Which case is this?
We have
651.
And you had 12 police responses between August and December. Right?
So just so you guys are aware, I had someone reach out to the police department, and apparently he has straightened out his situation since this happened, so, according to them.
Yes, we've actually banned half a dozen people, say offenders that just can't control themselves, and honestly, it's been great. We haven't had any problems.
Do you have any security?
Not official security. We have people that just help out and keep an eye on things. Me and the owners are there on the weekends, and
Who are you?
I'm the owner, my partner Jared Chope, and we have another owner who couldn't be here.
Okay.
And we're there just to try to keep everything under control and keep everyone out that shouldn't be in there. But they're not always cooperative. That's kind of where the police come in, because nobody just wants to go and leave. They gotta throw a fit and cause a scene, but things have actually been a lot better. We've said we've about probably 6 people are the main issues, and they haven't been back in at all this year.
Okay.
How many names are on the license, Tom?
Oh, the 3 of them are on the license, I just.
Okay, great. All right. No contest.
And just if I could say, I wrote a letter just kind of explaining, because when we walk outside the club, the bar, we have a sidewalk and the parking's across the road. And a lot of the issues are right over there, people just arguing and yelling at each other, and the cops have been called, and just to kind of get everyone to go their own way. It hasn't necessarily always been inside or anything, but I mean, I can't just watch everyone screaming and hollering at,
Is that a public parking lot, or do you guys own it?
It's public. It's public. They park up on the sidewalks up the road, and across the road, what there was a couple other businesses, and people park there. They park along the edge of the road. So it's nothing we own, but a lot of the problems have been over there. We'll go over and just try to get everyone to go their own way and prevent it from getting worse. And
Well, apparently you are doing, whatever you're doing is keeping the police happy, which should be your main goal, so.
We are. That's why we're keeping certain individuals out, and I don't know if it mattered, but just the other day, actually, last Saturday, I was asked by someone if one of those individuals could come back in. I'm like, no, they don't listen. It caused me so many issues.
Yeah, you don't need those kind of
You know,
patrons.
and the thing is, you could have 100 people in there, and it's always just one or two. Just one or two that will not just act, civil, and,
So just bear in mind, I don't know if security is on your license. Is it, Tom?
No, I don't think so.
So if you really need security, make sure you apply for it officially, okay?
Okay.
So I mean, so that if you do need it, you can have it officially.
Can't we do that here?
Yeah. I don't know if you need it right now.
You could, as part of this penalty, impose, security as needed or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Security.
what we're gonna do is, whatever the fine is, which we'll decide, we're gonna say security as needed, which means you can now hire security guards as you need to. Meaning you don't have to have them on Monday night, Tuesday night, whatever, but you might wanna have them, like he said, on a Saturday night or two.
They have to be licensed.
Yeah, just make sure they're registered with the Department of State as security guards, okay?
You have to keep a roster, all that kind of stuff. So make sure you go by the rules, okay?
So I won't have to apply. I can
No.
have them as long as they have the.
Yes.
And you can, as long as they're licensed, you can use them whenever you want.
Okay.
All right.
Ready to vote on assembly?
She's pondering over it as we speak.
You can feel me thinking. If you didn't show up, we were really gonna set a pretty high fine. $2,500 with security as needed.
Okay.
And
Thanks for driving down here.
I'm at 1,500 and security is needed.
Chairman.
2,000, which they're both gonna come back to, and security is needed.
2,000 and security is needed.
2,000.
It would have been a lot higher had you not come to explain yourself, so.
So it's 2,000, and then you can have the security guards as you need them. You'll get something in the mail.
Okay.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
All right, next is 587, it's Chaw Square Hospitality LLC, and your attorneys in New York City.
Correct. Person, do I press the bench?
Yeah.
Sure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Hollins.
Good morning.
Morning.
So, yeah, my name is Elke Hoffman. My client, Chasine Chow McCoy, is with you up in Albany. This is an application for a boutique wine store in downtown Syracuse, New York. I don't know whether or not there's opposition.
There is one written protest. There's nobody here, though.
Okay.
Why didn't you just apply for a wine store?
I'm actually going to highlight a few local distillers as well, curated options, so
Okay.
it was important for.
Can you put your name on the record? If you haven't, I don't remember hearing it.
I'm sorry, my name is Chasine McCoy.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Hoffman.
In the last 20 years, the population of downtown Syracuse has been expanding exponentially. Downtown Syracuse has recently seen an influx of urban professionals, millennials, and around that, rehab of old buildings. They're increasing restaurants, retailers, cafes, plazas that really cater to this particular demographic. What's missing?
Do you have any numbers or data that you're going to share with us?
Absolutely. Did you not get the submission? There was a submission. The downtown committee.
I have your submission, but
The downtown committee of Syracuse has estimated that the residential population, specifically in downtown, has grown 88%. The greater Syracuse area was an increase of only 2.4%, but the growth was concentrated in downtown Syracuse. 71% of the downtown residents are under the age of 35. This is really sort of a new, more recent, last 10 years development in downtown Syracuse. The downtown Syracuse committee has maintained a retail wish list. And they submitted a letter of support, and in their letter of support, they said one gap on our list for the past several years has been a wine store and tasting room, as there are currently no shops selling curated quality wines and spirits in downtown Syracuse, despite Central New York's reputation as a wine-producing region. Communion Wines store itself is in a building that was previously an office building that has been converted to mixed use. The top floors includes 61 apartments. There are 7 floors of office space, and the whole ground floor has been converted to retail. It faces a pedestrian plaza that itself have other retailers, cafes, and restaurants. The tower provides parking will validate parking for shoppers at Communion Wine. And this gap, I mean, Chastine McCoy is pretty much like your ideal candidate to open a store like this. She's a highly recognized wine professional. She can tell you more about her experience. She was working as a sommelier in Portugal, has been a beverage director. She originally went to school in Syracuse and has now returned to open this. She recently accepted a position teaching wine history at Syracuse University. She knows this material inside and out. And looking at, she specifically moved to Syracuse, looked at the market and saw that there was nobody really promoting any of like the local wines, artisanal, small batch producers anywhere nearby. And when you look at the map, it's the very end of the package too. It really sits in the heart of downtown Syracuse, right in walking distance to all of the other amenities that are really designed to target like this new demographic that is pulling into downtown Syracuse. And there's no other boutique store anywhere in the Syracuse metropolitan area that serves these, that seeks to highlight small craft producers, local wineries, local distilleries.
Have you been in any of these stores?
I have not.
And how do you know that they're not providing any of this?
Well, if you look at part of the package, there are pictures. Chastine has been. She has taken pictures herself. She can tell you more about this. If you look at just the pictures of the stores, two of the 4 stores didn't respond to sale figures. They have pictures highlighting lottery tickets in their windows for 2 of them. One of them is a large liquor warehouse selling boxed wines. Chastine is planning on doing educational. Chastine, maybe you can tell a little bit more about, she's the one who's down on the ground in Syracuse.
Yes, I relocated to Syracuse around this time last year. I'm doing market research of what was missing. Writers have mentioned this area to be a wine desert, regardless of the wine shops that are wine and liquor shops that's currently there. So I needed to come and relocate there myself. Again, like Elke just mentioned, I relocated here from living in Portugal during the pandemic as a sommelier and lost my job during that time and decided to look for an opportunity back in New York. I am from New York. I'm from downstate New York City. I decided to relocate back upstate where I thought there was a need in the market, as well as connecting and bridging the gap between New York makers and consumers. I've done a lot of work with the New York Grit Foundation, and that they've been promoting New York State wines. We're trying to get more New Yorkers to drink more New York made products. So in this case, being able to see what was in the market at each store and seeing that there was a low amount, and even though it's 1 hour or 45 minutes away from makers as well. I thought that was important for me to bring to this region.
You're in the State Tower building, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Clearly the applicant is overqualified for this, and you live super close to the store location. I hear Ms. Hoffman saying that there is a growth in the downtown population and that young professionals and millennials are looking for new products and new service that you plan to provide. You have many letters of support and from your community and from your employer. And so I'm going to find public convenience an advantage. Thank you for all the market research you've submitted. I'm going to vote to approve.
Like I said, the part of Syracuse that of downtown, you're on the north side of downtown, more or less, up near Route 5. And that's where like the Italian festival is held every year. There's the
Oh,
big,
no, I'm on the south side, actually.
on the south side.
Close to South Salina Street, 1 block away, near Clinton Square, and Hanover Square.
It's right down the street from our office.
Across the street from the city hall.
Don't you live in there?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just making sure. What did I look at here? Okay, 49 South Warren, right?
109
address?
South,
109,
109.
Oh, 109.
South Warren.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, I know exactly where you are. Thought I misread something here. Anyway, I'm going to vote to approve as well.
And Chairman Bradley.
I'm gonna vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
So we're gonna move on to Zone 1 matters, New York City. We do have some people somewhere around here in Albany for a Zone 1 matter, but apparently can't track them down. Still can find them? Okay. Well, they signed in here, but we have another matter. We have an interpreter for 2 matters. Next one is 643 TIMBIRICHI Restaurant Court.
Number again, please?
643. And is the interpreter there? You guys. Guess Jonathan's hunting now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Warren, if you could just introduce yourself and your client.
Is the, just waiting for is the interpreter present or with? He's right here.
He's coming up behind you.
Good morning, my honor. Augusto Vera is the interpreter, Spanish interpreter.
Very well. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Honorable Board. My name is Attorney Darnell Cross, and I represent El Timbriche Restaurant, located in the Bronx, New York.
And who's with you?
With me is the licensee, Mr. Dunice, and the manager of the restaurant, Angela Rivera.
So just for the record, before we roll on this, the second charge is withdrawn at the request of counsel's office.
Thank you.
And then the rest of the charges at the hearing were sustained.
That's correct.
So do you want to say anything, or?
Yeah, yes, if it pleases the board, I would like to proceed. Thank you again. So as you just stated, many of the accounts were sustained, and one account was withdrawn. El Timbriche is a family-owned operated restaurant located in the Bronx. They've been in operation for over 18 years and have never come before the board with any issues until we were hit with the COVID pandemic. Many of the accounts that the board has considered, which we had a 3-day hearing on, dealt with matters connected with COVID, such as staying open after 10 o'clock and not having people with masks. One individual working there had a mask that wasn't properly done. As the record will reflect, the investigators were at the premise location for about 20 minutes and stated that everyone was totally cooperative with them. At the hearing, we did point out that things such as the 10 o'clock closing hours were extended to 11 o'clock for some places, 10 o'clock for others, and we did make a record of that. My clients proceeded under the idea that they were open till 11, that they could be open till 11. I think what's germane to where we are is that me standing here today is more attendant to a sentencing as opposed to an appeal. Their license was suspended since February of 2021, and it's been now over a year. They've continued to operate selling food and providing a service to the community that has come to enjoy being at El Timbirichi. So with that being said, I would point out that as we stated at the hearing and in my closing during the 3-day hearing, we gave a list of all the items that have been corrected since that point. Many of the items were corrected by the fact that New York no longer has the strict guidelines that we had on the COVID. So that was corrected by just operation of law. Other things that were corrected were a battery and an exit sign and curtains that need to be fireproof. But other than that, this family. One last thing. There was an issue as to they were getting alcohol from a place that wasn't a wholesaler. And that has been corrected, and now they have a proper wholesaler that will provide the beer. They only do beer, actually. They have a beer license, not an alcohol. And
Counsel, you pretty much hit every charge that they were charged with, except the one, in my mind, that is the most serious one. You haven't even brought it up. The fact that somebody else has owned this license and this restaurant for between 15 to 17 years, which we call availing. And as a result of that, there were at least 8 renewals filed with us that were completely false. Meaning that someone actually either got someone else to sign a false document or they forged somebody's name on it. Which is a big problem besides your liquor license.
Where's Mr. Cuevas? Where's Mr. Cuevas? He's the licensee, right?
Correct, Honorable Chair. Mr. Cuevas is standing right next to me, and he was present for all 3 days of the hearings, and I thought we'd address that on the transcript of the hearings, but I can address that now. Mr. Cuevas is standing here, and it's been his restaurant, and he's been operating and running the restaurant in that entire time. With him is Angela Rivera, who's
Whoa, that's not what the ALJ found. That charge was sustained, and I read the decision. The ALJ found, and the evidence proved, that he had not been running it. That Mr. Rivera, or Miss Rivera had been running it, and that it was her restaurant.
She admitted on the phone to our investigator that she'd owned it for 16 years.
She's listed on this as the CEO on the Department of State corporation records.
Very well, Your Honor. Excuse me. As I stated at the hearing, and it was sustained, and I accept that. As I stated, Mr. Carrera testified, Cuevas testified, and we gave proof. They asked detailed questions as to when he was out, when he was not there, if he worked another job, how often he's at the restaurant, and he answered all those questions, and that's why he's here.
But what was never answered was why was she on the corporate documents that were filed with the state, apparently illegally, and why did she tell our investigator that she owned the place? Nobody answered those questions.
Mr. Cuevas testified that he's owned the place from day one. Mr. Cuevas also testified that Ms. Rivera was managing the restaurant for him, and she's there every single day. As I stated, Mr. Cuevas was being assisted by a Spanish interpreter. Ms. Rivera also speaks Spanish only. They did the best they can to keep the restaurant open for all that time. Mr. Cuevas testified that he was there almost every day. And it's a family-owned restaurant, family-run restaurant. There's only Mr. Cuevas, his niece, and her sister works at the restaurant and was at the restaurant when the investigators came in, and he could address this board as well.
I don't need him to address it. The ALJ has already addressed it in my mind. I mean, he testified at the hearing, and he clearly was not believed by the ALJ for whatever reason.
The phone number and address listed for Mr. Cuevas on our documents also was actually the phone number and address of Mr. Rivera.
Right. So, I mean, this is our main job here is to make sure that we know on paper who has every liquor license and who's responsible for it. And it's clear that at this place, for the last 15 to 17 years, we did not know who had this liquor license or who was responsible for it. And not only that, that misrepresentation was perpetuated every time they signed a renewal.
And you know, I could say I definitely understand that we don't want someone having a license for someone who's not present, who's not a part of this business. What happened here? If there's any sanctions that needs to be put in place, I'm sure that this family and Mr. Cuevos, who's standing here, will accept that.
Are they related at all?
Yeah, they're related.
How are they related?
Yes,
Her
Ms. Rivera's
husband's
is his.
nephew. He's her husband's nephew.
Right.
He's her husband's nephew.
So her nephew by marriage.
Well, that's, how do we know? I mean, that's what they said at the hearing.
I'm assuming
That's
they're
what's in
not
the
lying about that.
All right.
Yes, that's correct. And again, Mr. Cuevos is at the restaurant. The lease and everything is in his name. The landlord was notified as well as for the hearing and notified for today. And I think it'll be undisputed that Mr. Cuevos is in control, does hold a license, and Ms. Rivera.
I think I've heard enough because I'm starting to get frustrated. Well, I think we're ready to vote.
Commissioner Pham?
While I do think the charges are very, very serious, I take into consideration that this license has no record on it and they've been serving the community since 2005. Obviously, there's a family, an extended family that depends on the income of the restaurant, and they've stayed open throughout this time while they're under suspension, and they've taken the time to work with the authority and participated in an investigation, and so I want to give you guys credit for that, and I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to set the fine of $10,000, and I'm going to require that you file a corporate change to reflect the real ownership structure and add Ms. Rivera onto the license.
License is expired and has been for 7 months. I think.
So
Is
what-
that too
Can
far?
they still renew it?
I don't think. So it's 9 months expired.
But they were under suspension, so what were they supposed to do? Renew a suspended
No,
license?
they should have renewed.
How far do we go? Out.
They can file.
They don't send it.
Yes, Your Honor, this did come up during the hearing when we got the notice of the renewal, and we sent in the renewal application, but I don't think it was accepted.
Okay, so they tried.
All right, Commissioner Ford.
That's what they're saying.
$10,000 plus they need to renew their license, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, with the corporate change.
With the corporate change.
Okay, so they'll need to submit a late renewal. Once that is done, they can file for the corporate change.
Very well.
No, you're not done yet. He hasn't
Nope.
voted. He's asking what her vote was.
No, I'm just writing the notes. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll go along with that as well.
Jeremy Bradley.
I'm gonna cancel them all.
All right, good luck.
Good luck.
All right, thank you so much for hearing us.
Thank you for coming.
I need a.
Okay.
And if the interpreter, Mr. Interpreter, sorry. I forgot your name. We have one more matter.
Augusto Vélez.
What's that?
Augusto Vélez.
Yeah, if you could stay, we have one more matter.
Oh,
That
sure,
will be
sure.
determined. Thank
No
you.
problem. You're welcome.
But we're gonna take a 2-minute break.
All right, we're gonna go off the record for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next item is 581, that's BUDDA Corp.
581?
581.
Can you repeat that, sorry?
That's not the item that needs the interpreter.
Yes, it is. It's one of New York City needs.
Understood. Okay.
Interpreter.
Okay. Hi, we're here to speak in.
Yes, 1 second.
Oh, yes.
1 second. The interpreter's there for whoever needs it, correct? Needs them?
The restroom.
Okay. I guess.
We have two in English first and then.
Say that again?
The interpreter's probably still in the restroom. Someone in New York City needs them.
But we have two people speaking in English first and then the interpreter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but they need to hear him too.
He's here.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
You're all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're here to speak in opposition. I don't know if the applicant is meant to speak first.
What's your name?
Hold on. We're gonna let you speak as much as you want. Are they on the record? Put your name on the record, please.
Good morning, members of the authority. Aurelia Tavares, representative for BUDDA Corp, and I'm here with Guillermo Gonzalez, the applicant.
You might as well sit, both of you, because this is gonna go on for a while.
Stick to the 5-minute time limit.
Yes.
We'll see what happens. All right, go ahead, sir. Tell us your name first.
Hi, my name's David Friend.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Friend.
Hi, I'm a resident of Inwood Tower, which is the Mitchell Lama building directly across the street from this proposed location. I'm here with a number of my neighbors today to encourage you to vote against this application. There are a lot of reasons why this is a poor location, a dangerous location for what is clearly an attempt to open a nightclub across the street from us. But what I specifically would like to speak to today is the really egregious abuse of this process that this applicant has engaged in. We appreciate that the SLA takes seriously community input. And as a result of that, we have organized at the community board and gone to every meeting in an attempt to stop this application. At the licensing committee, a representative from our local precinct showed up to oppose the application. They have consistently opposed any type of liquor license at this application. Following that, at the full Community Board 12 meeting, a representative from BUDDA Corp came to the meeting and said that between the licensing committee meeting and the full board meeting, that the 34th precinct had visited the location, had toured the premises, and no longer opposed the application. At that full board meeting, the community board voted in favor of the application. Subsequent to that meeting, however, it came out that this was an outright lie, that the 34th precinct had continued to oppose the license, that this tour had never happened. And when the community board again had a chance to vote on this location, this applicant, when they applied for a temporary permit, the community board voted them down. So I think it's very important today that the SLA recognizes that the true position of the community board, when they had the complete information, was that we do not, the community does not, and the community board does not support a liquor license in this location. And the abuse of this process by the applicant, who blatantly lied about something as important as the position of our local police precinct, regarding this application on its own should disqualify them from this process. If you can't be honest about your own business before official bodies and through the community engagement process, you have no right to hold a liquor license because you have proven yourself to be egregiously irresponsible, and it is impossible to trust that any stipulation, any regulations that you say you will follow will be followed in the future. So I encourage the members to consider that today. And I have there are two other speakers we have today from the community who would like to speak to issues of crime and also other community impact. Thank you very much.
Mr. Friend, is there anybody from the community board who is there?
It is not, no one from the community board is here today to my knowledge. However, a member of the community board does live in our building, and at the temporary licensing committee vote, she was very clear in communicating with her fellow community board members that what had happened and about lying about the police position. And it was a result of getting the community board that information that really led to a lot of outrage in that meeting, and the community board turning down that that request for a temporary license.
Okay. Because for some, all this back and forth, we don't have any official word from the community board one way or another.
The community, any official word on their position on this license?
Yeah.
Okay, there have been, I know that there are issues with the local community board often in getting documents. So if you don't have that, I'm being completely honest and forthright here. When this came up to the full board, they did narrowly vote to approve it. And then when they later approved for the temporary license and it came out that they had lied in the full board meeting for this license, which is up before you today, the community board clearly said that this was not a trustworthy applicant and that they should not be granted a liquor license.
And when was the temp license vote roughly?
February 20th.
It was in February.
February of this year?
Yes.
Okay.
All
right.
We have nothing from the community.
All right, thank you for the information.
Well,
Hold on for a second.
the community board originally, back on October 27th, they did oppose it, 9 in favor, 24 opposed, 9 abstained. So not in this case, but on the last application.
On the last application, but that was also a full liquor license. This is a different license.
We have nothing on this application.
Okay.
We have emails to the community board.
Yeah.
But we have nothing from the community board. I'm just checking now.
If I may, in my package, I have all of the resolutions of the community board in my submission. Every single one of them, 2 of them fully 33 to 4 approving for a full liquor license. So if you want to look at that in the last meeting where the temp permit, I have it here as well. I have it with me.
All right,
I can give that to you.
All right, who's the next speaker?
We had nothing at all from the community board regarding.
Are you done, Mr. Friend, or no? I'm sorry.
Unless there are further questions?
No, I don't have any. No,
Okay.
well, why don't we hear from the next speaker?
Thank you very much.
My name is Eileen King. I'm board president of Inwood Tower. I have been working with our neighbors to correct or to oppose this application. I want to speak to the crime. Our neighborhood is crime-ridden. The 34th precinct has consistently said that this application should not be approved. It will only increase the problems. It's a high drug area, a high crime area, and the most recent report in the news last week was that the Drug Enforcement Administration had arrested this egregious gang, the own every dollar crime, and they operate in the very neighborhood where this restaurant bar wants to open. This is the area in which they work from 180th to 193rd. This restaurant wants to open on 193rd. We are presenting facts, real evidence about the problems in our neighborhood. So when the application speaks of making improvements, there's no evidence to say that this restaurant would make any difference. In fact, this restaurant is in a deeply residential section within the 10-block area. You only have to walk 3 blocks to get to other restaurants. It is not providing a service. We already have these services. It's embedded in a residential building, and we are asking that you recognize that this establishment needs people to come from other parts. That means more cars, more double parking, more loud music, more motorcycles, more souped-up cars, more donut activity in the area. Remember, the donut activity also includes spectators. And that also is a problem for us. So we are asking you to take seriously the opposition of not only us, but also the 34th precinct and the community board. They only approved once, and that was in this dubious relationship.
Where was the donut activity in relation to where you are?
Okay, the donut activity can be seen from most of our building, from most of the apartments in our building, and this shows you here. You have this in your packet, or was sent to you. This is the corner where the bar wants to be. The donut activity is right where it says Fort George Avenue, where the dots come through. That's a wide open area. They cordon it off, and the donuts, they cordon it off with people. One of our neighbors called the police last week just on this.
Wow. All right. Thank you.
All right. No, we are really besieged.
Hi, good morning. My name is Juana Mateo. I am a resident of the Inwood Tower. I've been living in this neighborhood for more than 40 years, and then I can guarantee you that the change in the deterioration of the way that the noise and the racing of the car, the donuts, and everything else is being unbearable for all our residents. It is also a health issue because you cannot sleep at night. Babies are very disrupted in their sleep because the baby is awakening. I have my grandson living with me, and he is 2 years old, and he don't sleep at night. He is not able to sleep because of the noise. And this business is not going to improve anything in our neighborhood because there is a lot of restaurants that the neighborhood support. We don't need another restaurants with a liquor license to bring more noises, cars. There is not parking space for them to where to park. And you know who's going to support them? People from outside, not people from the neighborhood. And that is a very, very dangerous situation that we are living, and we hope that you take our petition in a very, very good consideration.
Thank you.
May we ask for one more person to speak?
Sure.
Okay, please. Okay.
Hi, good morning. My name is DIVINA Mola, and I just moved like 3 years and a half, almost 4, to the building, to 11 Fort George Hill. But before that, I worked in the District 6 in Washington High for 30 years. And this restaurant, bar, is not only going to affect us, but also the children in the community. The noise, how going to affect them, their health in the school. Most of the children in the morning, especially in the weekend, now I understand. They come very tired, they couldn't sleep. When they were sent to my office, I usually ask the reason why they were sleeping, and they used to tell me I couldn't sleep because the noise, the music. And I can see, because as you know, the noise, how affect the health, affect their well-being, the study, and also they have done so many research. When you don't have a good sleep, also affect your mind. Is one of the reason also the increased Alzheimer's and dementia, and affect the health in so many ways. I was working during the pandemic from home, and I was not able to do my work because of the noise. During the day, it's the car, the noise, the music, and during the night, when you're supposed to be resting, you're not going to be able because of the music, the loud noise, the talking. And basically, by the time that I was able to go to sleep, it was time for me to get up and start working. This is not only going to affect us in the building, but the children, the people in the community, that they don't have a choice. And in Washington Heights, every few blocks, you have a restaurant. Right there in the same place, you have 3 or 4 restaurants and restaurant bar. And now with the pandemic, they're in the street, even worse. And in that area, they had IS 143, the George Washington. They had 189. They have so many schools, and then the Isabella home, the elderly center, that it's not safe for them also because they mentioned the Nona and the motorcycle, but also they do car racing in the nighttime. So I thought that I was moving to a place where my quality of life was supposed to improve, and I was so happy. But I not be able to, not even to hear any show or to listen to the news. And because of I belong to an organization, I have so many Zoom meetings, I cannot even hear the meeting, or have to put the music so loud that affecting my ear. Sometimes I speak louder. This affects in so many ways our health and our quality of life. And I believe that people in Washington Heights, they have the right to have a life of quality, that you don't have to be able to hear the music, have a conversation at your house. And this is horrible. So I don't see in any way that this can improve the life of the resident of Washington Heights, especially the children. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Is there other people, anyone there that's in opposition? I just ask that you put your name on the record so that we know you're here.
Okay.
Because there seems to be a lot of people there.
Yeah, just say your name and then.
Constante Salas.
And just where you live too, if you just want to give the building.
I live in Ottawa.
Okay.
Yo soy uno de los que represento de todas las personas que firmaron este listado. Estamos totalmente opuestos a que este restaurante, Bar Corporation Restaurant.
Hold on. Ask him just to read a couple sentences, and then you can translate and take a break, and then, you know what I'm saying? Don't speak at the same time.
Okay. Estamos totalmente opuestos a que este restaurante obtenga licencia para vender vino o cualquier bebida alcohólica.
We are totally opposed of this restaurant to open to get a permit to sell wine and other alcohol.
Porque ya estamos cansados de los ruidos en ese vecindario.
We are tired of the noise in the neighborhood.
Y no solo ruido, ya son estruendos que no nos dejan dormir ni de día ni de noche.
And it's like not only noise, it's like a very strong noise, it's like a thunder. They don't allow us to sleep well at night.
Eso está deteriorando nuestro nivel de vida.
This is deteriorating our quality of life.
El darle licencia a ese restaurante es darnos un tiro de gracia.
And giving the license to this restaurant is giving us killing us in a way.
Porque ahí no solamente se va a expender vino y bebida alcohólica, sino ahí va a haber prostitución, droga y mucha pelea y quién sabe qué más.
It's not only going to be alcohol, but also it's going to open the door for prostitution, drug abuse, and other things.
Queremos que esto se coja en serio, porque es una situación muy difícil para nosotros, el vecindario.
We want this taken very serious because it's a very difficult situation for the neighborhood and for our neighborhood.
La paciencia y la tolerancia tiene límites y estamos haciendo un esfuerzo para no llegar a esos límites.
Patience and tolerance have a limit, and we are working to get together so that if everything have a limit and patience.
Okay, thank you. Can the rest of the
They're coming up
objectors
now.
put their name on?
Name and address. Name.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Rafaela de León.
Good morning, my name is Rafaela de León.
Estoy con mi esposo Francisco de León
I'm with my husband, Francisco de León.
porque nos oponemos a que le den la licencia para vino a ese restaurante.
We oppose to get the license for this restaurant.
Nosotros tenemos serio problema de salud. No podemos durante el día, tenemos que tener las ventanas cerradas.
We have serious health problems. During the day, we have to have the windows closed.
Porque hay demasiado ruido afuera de música alta. Igual en la noche es peor.
Because it's very noisy outside, the loud music, and during the nighttime also is worse.
Por esa razón es que nosotros nos oponemos porque nada positivo va a traer esa licencia.
That's the reason we oppose, because this license is not going to bring nothing positive to our houses.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Hi, English is not my first language, so I will read, okay?
Okay.
So my name is Marina Bilalikova, and I'm a resident of Inwood Tower, and I oppose Buddha Corporation getting a restaurant wine license. I live across the street from 1654 Street, St. Nicholas Avenue. I do not agree that the problems of our neighborhood will be solved by opening a restaurant that serves wine and wants to serve liquor. Our problems are with cars that have extremely loud motors, cars that drive recklessly, and parks of 20 motorcycles racing up our hill. Loud music played from the moving cars and parked cars. This problem will be not corrected by they have opened a restaurant that serves wine. This is not a neighborhood business. In fact, they are business that depends on people going there. They are a destination restaurant. Their success requires people driving there. There will be no place for them to park. We will have even more double parking, even more honking of horns, and more traffic, more loud music. They say they will put up signs. Those signs will be ignored. They have no power to enforce no double parking. They cannot prevent cars from blocking the bus stop. Their lights will make the street brighter, but will not help us to have a quiet, safe neighborhood. We are a hard-working community that wants to come home to rest, get a good night's sleep. This restaurant will only add more problems, not reduce them. This restaurant wine license is not in our public interest for safe and healthy neighborhood. The Community Board 12 and the 34th precinct and I oppose this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lourdes Bellini. I live in Fort George Hill, 11 Fort George Hill. I'm here to tell you that I oppose of Buddha Corporation getting a license. I'm here with my husband, and we are both very ill. It is very hard to get any sleep. I mean, I oppose totally because I don't think it's a place for any liquor license to be put in that, in that right across from us. We have worked so hard, and now we are on retirement disability, and I barely sleep 3 to 4 hours a night because of the noise, and I know this is going to get even worse if they approve this license. Thank you very much.
Just say your name and if you will post it. Okay, name and address.
Hi, good morning. Mi nombre es Pedro Hernández.
My name is Pedro Hernandez.
Vivo en Fort George Hill.
I live in Fort George Hill.
Vengo para expresarme respecto a esta delincuencia
I come here to express about the delinquency
que hay en la 193 San Nicolás Fort George Hill.
that is located in 193 in San Nicolás, Fort George Hill.
No respetan ni siquiera que hay escuela.
They don't respect even that there are schools around.
No respetan gente mayores de edad, envejeciente.
They don't respect senior people.
Con unos escándalos bien ruidosos, con unos carros potentes dando la vuelta en O.
With making noise, very, very strong noise with these cars going around and around, making the U-turns.
Con tablilla temporaria vencida, vencida y la tablilla vencida y
with tablets, expired tablets,
falsificada.
and fake.
Así es que vamos a ver si
So we would like to see
podamos hacer algo con esto porque esto es
if we
tremendo.
can do something regarding this issue, because this is very bad, very tremendous.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's our total representation, and we appreciate your attention in this. Thank you very much.
Are most of these residents from Inwood, ma'am?
Yeah, they're all.
These are all Inwood residents?
We are all residents of Inwood Tower. Inwood Tower is actually in Washington Heights, however, at the intersection of this proposed bar.
Is Inwood Tower, just explain to me, is it one building or is it a complex of buildings?
Inwood Tower is one building. It's a 22-story Mitchell Lama building, affordable housing. It has a high number of elderly residents. It's a naturally a NORC, a naturally occurring retirement community. And the windows face directly the street, and there are also balconies on all the apartments. So there's a really direct impact from this location already with the drag racing and the loud music and high crime that's at this corner. This proposed bar would be right in the middle of that, which directly faces our building.
And what's in the building where the bar is?
So it's on the corner, and that location has been sitting empty for over 2 years. They have not owned, but they've been in that space. They renovated it, and they put in these new windows, which would fully open, which makes it even worse because of the noise. But they have not opened the restaurant. They're saying they want to open a restaurant, not a nightclub, but it's been sitting empty. It's been a vacant space for 2 years. Prior to that, there was a small grocery store and some other local businesses, and the rest of the block, there are other neighborhood businesses like small restaurants, a laundromat, etc.
And what's upstairs?
It's a residential building. The entrance to the residential building is on 193rd Street, maybe 20 feet away from the entrance to where this bar would be.
So this is on the corner. It used to be a deli mini mart?
That's correct.
All right, it's a 6-story building, more or less? 1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ferris, if you're ready. Yeah.
Good morning, members of the authority. Thank you for coming, residents of Inwood Terrace. I just want a couple of issues. One is, in my submission, I showed you where, this is from the front of the location. These are not, they're not.
Well, can we start from the beginning?
Okay, let's start from the beginning. Okay.
There's allegations that were made that are somewhat disturbing to me, that there was representations made to a community board that were completely unsubstantiated, the facts of them. Meaning that there was a tour done by the police department when it was already known that the police department was in opposition to any license here, and that there was a representation made to the community board that the police department took a tour and changed their tune. And there's other allegations that there was notices put up that things were on the agenda at the community board that the community board didn't put up, which appears that the applicant put up, in order to get people to go to the wrong community board meeting so that there would not be objections.
Chairman Bradley, those questions will be answered here, but I'll address the police issue. As little as yesterday, I spoke to Inspector Hanrahan. He gave me the
I want to go back to September of 2021.
No, I'm going to give you I'm going to start from the beginning. First, as little as yesterday, I spoke to the 34th precinct. They have no objections to this license.
I want to go back to September.
Yes, but I'm going to answer it. But if
Did someone tell the community board that?
Yes, because they did. There's various agents in the 34th precinct, other officers. We met at the precinct. We did a community walkthrough. I did it. I went. and we met with a,
Then why is there a
sergeant-
police officer going to the community board saying there was no walkthrough?
Because we didn't do it with Sergeant Tavares. We did it, this has been a rotation. We did it, this was, Chairman Bradley, this started in 2019. We did a walkthrough. Can I finish? We did a walkthrough. We walked with the police department. You can confirm this by a simple call to the precinct to alleviate this concern.
Who should I talk to?
Sergeant, Inspector Hanrahan.
What if I talk to Sergeant Tavares? What's he gonna tell me?
He had objections until we met with the precinct, and we met with the precinct on several occasions before that, and he wasn't there when we met with the precinct in 2019. So this has been, and also, their representation of the community board approval and disapproval is misrepresented. This license was approved. I have this for full liquor, 4 a.m. closing, and
We're not here on a
operation.
full liquor.
But you're addressing it, so.
No, I want to know, has this license been approved by the community board?
This license, with this one today, this wine and beer has not been approved by the community board.
Has it been rejected by the community board?
This was rejected by the community board. with a
And that's all we're
very
worried about.
But then you asked me to tell you about 2019.
No, I wanted to know about the tour by the police department, and it's clear to me that you said, you went to an investigator and said you were gonna take him on a tour, when the guy that was dealing with the community board was not the one that you were gonna take on the tour.
No, it's been surrounding between the change in elected officials and the change at that precinct. The people that we did our walkthrough, it's a different group. Chairman Bradley, you denied that this license was started in 2019 with the full approval of the liquor of the community board. 33 to 4, I have the resolution.
I remembered all. The problem was that he didn't put any money up. Now we find out it appears that he had won the lottery during that period of time.
Well, let me start.
And so the next question I have, I guess, is which application is true? Is it the first one where he said he had no money, which he clearly must have if he won the lottery? Or is it this one where he now says he has lottery money?
Well, the first 2 applications I didn't do, so I cannot answer what that filer, but I looked through the record, and clearly there was a failure there. I'm here today presenting the true and present application, if you permit me to do my presentation.
I don't want to hear about the ones that have already been
No,
denied.
I want to hear about what's happening at this moment. That is correct. Because I'd like
So
to-
we are on consistent ground that the community board has denied this application?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So, on September 3rd, 2021, BUDDA Corp applied for the 3rd time for a liquor license before the members of the authority. BUDDA is a restaurant on the ground floor of a 6-story building with retail units on the ground floor. This is an eating and drinking establishment with table seating for 49 and a bar of 7 people seated. The occupancy is 74 with a security detail, a proposed 1 a.m. closing all nights of the week, a chef on staff with a kitchen closing at midnight and last call at 12:30, and with the physical close of the location at 1 a.m. The first 2 attempts of this application were disapproved for financing, which you mentioned before, and community board opposition. The prior submissions were unrelated to my presentation today. Today we submit that despite the past disapprovals, the granting of this application is in the public interest and advantage for reasons I will present here. First, the application and its past deficiencies have been cured, including financing questions and community board issues. Second, the applicant has the requisite knowledge and experience as a former veteran and present security guard to maintain a safe, favorable dining experience for all patrons in the district. And any concerns with the applicant's credentials with the lack of experience, which was one of the concerns in the prior application, he has an ATAP certification certificate here for your review, a certificate of completion for mixology, a certificate of honorable discharge from the U.S. Army, and he has been shadowing a couple of the restaurants in the neighborhood to gain all of the experience and has been working at night to complete the construction of this location with his cousins as a security guard, which is why, the reason I'm here today, I don't come up to Albany. I don't even appear that much on applications. When I walked into a surprise inspection, I found him sleeping on one of the cardboard boxes, the couches, the cardboard wooden couches, because he's finishing construction, because he's vested in this location. That BUDDA Corp will provide much needed job. When we consider public convenience and advantage, we're not just considering this one building that is behind him, 2 blocks away, 400, I'll give you the exact measurement on
It's across
Google.
the street.
400
It's across the
feet
street.
away.
They're across the street.
No, I'm
It's
telling you,
across the street.
I read the Inwood, it's for the 11 Fort George, if you look at the
It's the same
application, 11
intersection.
Fort George, it's the intersection, it's not across the street, it's behind. And
It's
even
across
I
the
feel-
street.
Okay, great. It's across the
Mr.
street,
Mayor,
let
can
us
you-
see this.
It's diagonally across the intersection.
It's 4
in New
Street,
York-
4 lanes away, over 300 feet from the location. It is not directly across the street.
It's
It's
Directly
across the street at the same intersection. It's a 22-story building.
Does he agree that there's a dispute about whether it's across the street or not?
You've had, in New York, you've had your opportunity to be heard.
They were quiet while you spoke.
Right. Now
Thank
it's
you.
time for.
Sure.
Okay, the operation of this establishment will create much-needed jobs, which is one of the public interest and convenience advantages that we should consider.
But it's
because-
not in the law. I'd love to consider that, but it's not in the law.
Then you
It's
don't
also
live
a
in
restaurant.
The Buddha-
I know, but I'm
The
letting you
Buddha
go.
Corp will provide much-needed jobs in the surrounding underserved communities, and the applicant has committed to hiring locals so that residents can work in the surrounding communities. The operations of this establishment will open a 3-year-old vacant storefront that will help trade and economy in our community that is trying to recover from a pandemic. On a struggling corner, it literally is the whole ground floor of 193rd Street. It is in the public interest to open this restaurant and create an open, stable commercial business in the location. If we look at these diagrams, this is what it used to look. This is not in the public interest and convenience to have a closed storefront on an entire ground floor. It is not good for our community. One building's objections because I want to take into, because we want their quality of life to be respected, then control the hours of the location, but to not deny a liquor license. He's vested, he's put money in on the representation. When he came here in 2019, he had full board approval, 33-4. They had every opportunity to appear the first time, and they had even every opportunity to appear the second time with the other approval that I have here. This is when we got disapproved, because now they've rattled up an entire building, one building. And we have 400 signatures. From the first application, 300 signatures in the second, from the building upstairs.
You act like the residents have no stake in any
That's
of
why
this.
we brought the petition,
The
Chairman
resident,
Bradley.
yeah, but none of those are here. And the
You know what?
residents,
You're talking
every one of those residents has been in this neighborhood longer than he has. With this.
That's why we brought.
So the fact is, they showed up. So the lack of respect you're showing them, that they rattled up a whole building, I don't appreciate it. The bottom line is, they all came here, I'm sure they work, and they took the time to come here and tell us what their concerns are.
Chairman Bradley, my concern is that we're gonna have a dangerous corridor with the lights off because you don't live there, in that corner. You got 300, you have 300.
She doesn't live there either.
300 other members that are not this building that are saying they want this license. The community board voted twice, they want this license. Just because 10 people showed up here should not be prima facie evidence to you that this license is not wanted on the
Ms.
corner.
Tavares, I'm gonna ask you to calm down significantly. 2, if you misrepresent the community board's stance on this license again, you won't be permitted to bring licenses here before. We have already established, and you have acknowledged, that the community board voted against this application.
This application.
So do not tell this board that the community board has approved this application when they have not.
Chairman Bradley, I have 2 resolutions from the community board. They haven't even.
That's not this application.
Okay, but that doesn't mean, okay, let me say it in a nice, calm fashion. Just because it was denied on this application does not mean that the community does not want this license. We provided.
But it does mean the community board doesn't want it.
That means that this occasion, Chairman Bradley, because we asked for a temporary permit. So it could be confused with the temporary, whatever it is. Chairman Bradley, we provided the stipulations and the resolutions from the past, and we provided the resolution from the present. You don't have any of that from the community board, because if they were so opposed, the community board would be here. So if we're gonna go with them showing, our showing, then that would be a really strong evidence that they didn't want this. In addition, We have, if I would have known, we have 300 signatures from residents that live above the building that are the most affected here. Residents across the street on the prior application, we gave them 400 signatures in support. Does that mean nothing to you? That there are other residents beside these residents that support this application, Chairman
Ms.
Bradley?
Tavares, respectfully, they haven't voted yet.
No, but I mean, I want to.
You're getting angry and you're fencing with a window. No one is telling you that your information is not important or won't be considered, just as they didn't tell the people who spoke before that. So please don't assume anything.
Okay.
You're perfectly capable of presenting your position.
And take it down 2 notches.
I'm sorry, I'm just loud. Okay, I'm going to be less loud. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is just me. I really believe this application should be granted. It's unfair.
Chairman.
The effect of traffic.
Hold on, we'll get back to you. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
That the effect on traffic, well, we know that there's going to be an effect of traffic, but we have a strong delivery service. We're not going to permit double parking in the area. He's going to use valet parking, and we're going to put signs. We're going to address that issue so that we don't have to. The operation of this establishment will not affect crime or continue to affect crime because the applicant has earlier closing hours, submitted to security plans with surveillance, and his experience as a former military veteran will ensure that safe operation of his establishment. He can't control the entire city of New York, which is plagued by crime. It's not fair to think that his little restaurant is going to affect the crime in the entire Washington Heights. That's craziness. You know, and it is in the public interest to grant this application. But most importantly, this applicant has the grit necessary to operate and own an establishment in Washington Heights. Like I said, when I performed my final inspection, the reason I'm here today is because Guillermo Gonzalez, he moved me. In 32-degree weather, on a cold, dark evening, in a closed restaurant, he was sleeping on a wooden construction bench after falling asleep supervising the completion of his restaurant. I was moved. He ran out of money waiting on the granting of this application for over 3 years, accepted a lesser restaurant wine license because, to appease, to work with the community board. We didn't come back here with you. We didn't come back with the on-premise liquor license, which had been approved before. We came back with a wine and beer with limited hours, requesting that we want to work with the community, but we met with them and they can attest to that. On Zoom, we met with some of those owners several times, and there's just no working, there's just no getting around their opposition, and it's okay, because everybody has an opinion.
Can I ask you something? Can we hear from Mr. Gonzalez Reyes for a second? So, you may have gathered there are people who are opposed to you. So,
Who are members of your community?
yes,
Of this community?
yeah. So, what is your vision? What is your plans? What do you think about all this?
I feel most of their concerns as I'm a member of the community. But
Do you live there too?
No, he doesn't.
I'm not, I live on the Bronx now, 161st on
Okay.
He lives like
and
30
it's
minutes
the
away.
same situation all across New York. But to put everything, all the crime and all the activities on my restaurant,
Yeah.
it's a bit of.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner. I think you're misunderstanding what their concern is. Their concern is with whether it be yours or your representatives' credibility. They don't believe you. And what they don't believe is that you're going to be what you're telling them you're going to be. And I don't know if I do. And Commissioner Ford, I think, is getting to that point. But the history, no, I don't want to see the pictures. I believe that it's going to look like a restaurant. The question is, and what their concern is, what's it going to run like?
It's gonna run as a restaurant because I've been paying rent for 3 years. I wasn't able to get any SBA loans.
Well, I think you're missing the point again. Your first application, because I remember it, it was not going to be a restaurant. You had DJs, you had late nights, you had, a 4 a.m. closing. That wasn't, now that's not this, clearly. But that's what they're comparing it to. That's what I'm comparing it to. Then you have what looks like, and I don't know if it happened or not, but it looks like there was misdirection with the community board. I don't know whether that's accurate or not, but that didn't help the situation.
At first, I went to the community board. I presented them what you were saying, and they approved it. So I went on with it. After they opposed to it, I took it down. I was like, okay, I'm gonna run a restaurant. If that's what they want, I'm gonna listen the hours. and runs a restaurant. Because that's what they want to work with the community and in their concerns. After that, they say, okay, went back to the community board. They have more concerns. I went to 12 o'clock and I decided to show my interest in working with them. Then I applied for a wine and beer. After the wine and beer, they went back again and opposed to it and told me that I have no place in the community. Taking in mind that I couldn't take my money and go somewhere else and not come back to the community so we grow up. So if that's the message that they want to send all the people on the community, that you can do all the right things, defend your country, and coming back and then you just tell you now you don't have no space in the community, that's all the message that they want to send, that you guys want to send. I mean, that's okay, but to me, it's really unfair to me, and not to me, like, all the young people in the community, they can see me as an example, and maybe they can have hope, maybe they not, but just to tell me that after I make that investment,
well, so your first lesson should be you should never sign a lease unless it's contingent on the liquor license. That's your first mistake.
So you said the chef would be on duty to 11 o'clock. What time would you be open?
Well, there's confusion about that.
Yeah.
Because the application said 11 o'clock and Ms. Tavares just said midnight.
No, she said 1 a.m. actually, and
She said the chef to midnight.
Yeah.
The chef was
Sorry.
11
Yeah,
in the application.
So what time would you open?
How are you a restaurant if you're opening at 2 o'clock? There's not, I mean, you gotta do lunch service to make it.
At this point, I'm just trying to go with whatever I have, changing the hours and everything.
I know, the point is that if you just focus on selling drinks, that's not what they want.
I'm not focusing on
You know,
We can open at 11 a.m. with a midnight closing.
If it's
What
a
kind of
restaurant,
food?
why isn't
What-
it
what-
open now?
Okay, what kind of food are you planning to serve?
sushi and steak,
Sushi on what?
sushi steakhouse.
Oh, steakhouse.
Sushi and steakhouse.
The opening hours. the
Do you have a
closing
chef
hours.
that you're working with already?
Yes, I have a chef, but he's charging me $10,000, which I don't be paying before I know if I can open the business or not. Since I've been here for 3 years.
And then the deficiencies in his qualifications. I think he's a former veteran, a person who has defended this country and who knows that when you represent what you represent, it has to be the way it is.
How
And
many
he's not
years
here
for
to
your
try to-
service?
Yeah, and we have his discharge papers here. He's not looking to sell you a dream. If we agree to what is agreed to here, he will abide by it, as he has even by.
I mean, and I don't, you know, and that's, thank you for your service, and that's great that you were a service, that you were in the service and did serve, but they're going to have my number directly to my office. And should this license get granted, and I don't know whether it will or it won't, they're going to be able to call me, and he's going to walk out of here with his third warning, meaning he has now been warned 3 times about what they don't want. And if it ends up being that he starts doing what they don't want, which he's not going to be allowed to do, that's it, once. And the license is gone. Because he has made it clear previously that he did not want to be what he's applying for. And I have major concerns that we're going to grant this, and 6 months down the road, he's going to decide he needs to become what he wanted to be in the first place, which is a nightclub.
Go ahead.
If I can just.
So, to me, I can do that, but just to have a phone call and say that I'm doing things.
No, that's not going to shut them. At that point, we will send investigators up, and if they confirm that that's what's going on, what they say, then at that point, you're going to end up losing your license and everything.
And I want to just add, Chairman Bradley.
Because that will mean that you, in my mind, lied to me directly, as well as the rest of the board, in telling us you wanted to be a restaurant, and you just went 6 months later and turned it into a nightclub. I have nothing against nightclubs, But there's a process here, and I didn't make the process, but we are required to follow it. And part of the process is taking their input, and they've had a lot more contact with you and your representative than I have about this issue, and they walked away not feeling good about it. So you can understand where they're coming from.
Yes, well, like trying to take it down and submit to the stipulations, and then they just hear it today. It's not giving me anything to work with.
Yeah,
They show you something.
And also, Chairman Bradley, the concern in Washington Heights and Inwood is always this, that you always think they're gonna be a nightclub. It's exhausting. This is what they always bring to the table.
Whoa,
Chairman
stop,
Bradley.
stop. Do you know why would I think he's gonna be a nightclub?
Because you just said it.
No,
It's
why,
a
but if you're sitting in my seat, why do you think I think he was gonna be a nightclub?
Because a lot of people have done it, but we've.
No.
He applied for one before.
He sent in 2 applications that had 4 a.m. closings, they had karaoke, they had DJs. That is a nightclub.
But what I'm telling you today, this is, I worked with him, and I explained to him that.
I get that he understands this.
Yes, what the representative had.
Let me see
done
everything
before
you
was
brought.
Was not correct, that's not what the community wants. We talked about that. And this is why these changes, he came in with an honest representation.
I understand.
I know, and everybody that comes in here tells us the truth, so I should, you know.
Well, 5 years ago, I came with Seawalk Restaurant, and we had much more opposition than this. And
Seawalk.
it's one of the best neighbors
This is a new kitchen?
in
Yes.
Washington Heights.
This is all new?
Yes, it's sitting in there for 3
And
years.
nobody
Seawalk
believed-
is in Inwood.
See, nobody believed that on Dykeman, one of the most controversial streets, nobody believed us, and now Gregorio's Restaurant's one of the best restaurants in Washington Heights. So I don't know, Chairman.
In Inwood.
This is all retractable?
Inwood.
Yes.
This is your whole front?
Yes.
They're gonna have to remain closed.
Sure. I can work.
Sorry, you were gonna say something.
No, we're gonna go outside for a second. Can we take
How many years of service?
Yeah, for the record, for conference
years.
council, we'll be back soon.
You were here, or where were you?
Here in New York. I was on 4th Avenue.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
Mr. Friend, you wanted to say one more thing? Go ahead.
Yes, please. Thank you. I just wanted to mention that we looked through the petition signatures that the applicant is presenting, and whereas our petitions are all residents in our building, that we can guarantee that. A lot of the addresses provided in that petition are not in the area. Some of them are in different neighborhoods, and actually some of them are even in New Jersey. So when she says that this is one building that's opposed to this, not the rest of the community, and that her petition represents the community, I think that's very questionable, because a lot of those addresses are not in the immediate area. Some of them aren't even in the same state. And I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. We have the local knowledge to know that, and I don't know if everyone in the area is familiar with that.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Friend?
Yes.
If this were to be a legit restaurant that is serving sushi for takeout, and there is no such history, would you be welcoming of it?
We absolutely would. And there are other restaurants on the same block that have been there for a long time that are loved by the community and supported by the community.
Okay, so
the
in
issue
other
is
words,
not a...
I
Sorry, the
understand
issue
that
is
you
not...
don't trust,
Okay.
I understand you don't
Yes.
trust him right now, but
Yes.
in the event that he actually sticks to the method of operation that he's presenting today, you would be okay with it?
I don't... There has been a complete breach of trust because of the 2 years at which
that.
every step of...
Right.
So we are so concerned because of the existing conditions. There was just a major drug bust that broke up an entire drug dealing gang in this immediate location. So we are at such heightened risk right now about the basic quality of life on this particular intersection, that to suggest that maybe we give this person who's already sort of lied and not been straightforward through the process a chance feels really scary for residents of the immediate community.
Well, look at it differently. He's a serviceman who given 8 years of his life to our country, and he wanted to do a nightclub across the street from you. You didn't want it. And now he's saying, I've put in money. I want to somehow recoup some of the effort that I've invested in this space. I mean, it's been 3 years, and he has a full-on kitchen that really hasn't been used at all. Should we give him a chance of supporting it? Because he is a serviceman. You know, you're talking about drug gangs. That's not who I see in front of me today. And so I realize that you guys are living in a neighborhood that are, deteriorating and have lots of community issues, but I think it's unfair to put it all on him.
We have no problem with the applicant. Honestly, it's about the risk to our community and the history of the area. There is a long history. Excuse me? Sorry, I missed that.
Didn't you say he lied?
Representatives of the restaurant did lie to the community board in an official meeting, and that concerns us, but none of us have any animosity for the applicant as a person. None of us don't have empathy for the realities of how difficult this process can be, but we're also very aware both of the directly nightlife-related crime, including lots of murders and killings in our neighborhood, and the fact that once liquor licenses have been granted in our neighborhood, they've been very hard to undo. La Marina was a huge problem, and they were literally running a drug ring out of the premises by the managers. There was a killing of an employee on the premises, and it took years for that liquor license to get pulled. So we're already in a moment of crisis, and if we have 3 years, right, if something terrible does go down on this premises, whether it's employees of just people who are taking advantage of the clientele that this restaurant will bring to already a corner that everyone knows you go to buy drugs, that is of the utmost concern for us. And I understand the concept of fairness, but I really can't communicate strongly enough that we're already in a dire crisis in this area, and that we have a lot of vulnerable residents, both elderly people and school children, who are already having trouble, and this is pouring gasoline on a fire that is already very, very hot.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I say something?
Commissioner Fan, can I be?
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Wait, we have one more. All right, this is the end.
Go ahead.
Can I say very quickly? If he really want to put a restaurant there, he could have opened the restaurant during the pandemic. In our neighborhood, none of the restaurant closed.
Yep.
I'm a vegan, and during the pandemic, they opened. One of my ex-students opened a restaurant in the corner. So that showed to us that he really doesn't want the restaurant. Because he could have opened. Maybe none of the restaurant in the neighborhood closed. It's some business opened.
Yeah,
during
new businesses.
The new business.
All right, we got it. Okay.
One of my ex-students.
I understand. Thank you.
I was just going to point out for everybody, people in New York and here, that because this is an application for a restaurant wine license, and it is not a 500-foot case, most of the issues that you raised about problems in the community related to parking and noise and the like, those are factors that the board, the statutes are very clear. Those are factors that the board considers on 500-foot cases involving full liquor licenses. Because this license is not that, the prior licenses were, but this license is not that, there's a good cause standard, which is a very different standard. And the board is not permitted to reject the license on many of the grounds that you cited, as legitimate as they may be. And I just wanted you to understand that that's the legal standard in the statutes, and the jurisdiction of the liquor authority in applying that law is limited. And it may be unfortunate in your circumstance that that's the case, but that is what is going on here. And I just wanted to make that clear on the record.
That being said, there are limits we can put on whatever license that hopefully will appease your concerns. And as I said, because he has clearly been made aware by all of you about what your concerns are, that there's not going to be any mistakes. As far as whether, if charges get brought, those are going to be deemed intentional at this point, because it's clear that he's been instructed about what you don't want, which means we don't want it either. And if this has any indicia of a nightclub at any point, there's going to be ramifications, big ramifications.
Thank you for the clarification about the statutory issues. Is it my understanding correct, though, that it's still germane for the SLA to consider the trustworthiness of the applicant?
Yes.
And it seems clear that there are real concerns at every step of this process about the basic trustworthiness. So we hear you about putting stipulations and conditions, but we really strongly feel that this applicant can't be trusted based on their behavior through this process.
You don't have to repeat it. You repeat yourself. Your concerns about that came through loud and clear. The board deals with these cases all the time. They know exactly what's going on here. And they have to make an assessment on whether or not the character and fitness issues are enough to present cause to not grant the license. That's part of the board's decision.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. I think we're ready, Don.
Okay.
All right.
Commissioner Fan.
Thank you for everyone who came today. Given the information I have in front of you, I really do not have enough to say no based on fitness and character. And given his efforts and his adjustment of his method of operation, I'm going to give him a chance, try to see if he can be actually a good neighbor to all of you. And there is a very short leash. If there are any charges, I'm pretty confident that this board will still be here and we will cancel. I'm telling you, if there are charges, we will cancel.
Any conditions, such as
Yes,
hours?
and so here are the conditions. I'm going to say 11 p.m. close across the board, recorded music only. Do you plan to use a manager? Yes, manager, and you will submit a personal questionnaire, and you have to hire someone who has at least 5 years of management experience. Okay, 5 years. Security guard as needed. I assume you don't need security guard because you're running a restaurant. I know you spent money putting in these retractable French doors, French windows, whatever you call it. Cannot open them ever. Not even during the summer. Okay? No promoters, no dancing. That's all I've got.
Commissioner.
So, so you could only be open when the chef is there, because you said till 11 o'clock originally, then you talked about open, so you can only be open for hours the chef's there. As far as music goes, not recorded, background. Specifically background, not like an iPod or something like that, background music, whatever the source is, I don't really care about that.
Do you understand what he's saying? He doesn't want iPod downloads of DJ's selection lists. Background music is just that, background, meaning you can have conversation over it.
Right, it's like you don't even really notice it, it's just background music. As far as the exterior doors, they are definitely closed, you know. We'll see how this goes. You can come back later and see how things have gone. But you can see that we have heavy opposition. You can see that they're going to be watching you like a hawk. And I'm really hoping that they really don't have to. And they do what you say you're going to do. I mean, what you put into the place so far, it looks beautiful. So I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're not doing this to get a business going that's going to get canceled because of how you're going to run it. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt as well, too. So I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Just to be clear with that one stipulation, you want a chef present at all times.
At all hours that it's open.
And it would have to be anyway.
Yeah.
At all times.
Yeah.
And I will do the same. And to the opposition, you are welcome to call in Albany and ask for me. Should you have a complaint, I will file that complaint with our Enforcement Bureau and make sure someone gets down there to investigate it very quickly, if there is any issues.
Thank you.
I'm hoping there isn't, but.
Could I ask one quick question? Does that apply to the stipulations that were just laid out? Does that apply to broader issues? And should we go directly to the SLA rather than to the local precinct or any other enforcement
You should
body?
go to both. You should always create a paper trail at both.
If you have a crime to report, you should go to the local precinct. If your complaints are about noise or going beyond the method of operation you just heard they're supposed to be following, then you can go to both. We investigate violations of the method of operation and we charge offenses if a licensee goes beyond that method. And this licensee is now more than most on notice of how important it is that he adhere to the method of operation.
And as far as broader issues, if it's unrelated to this establishment, don't call us. As far as people drag racing in the streets or anything like that, you can call the mayor's office, but not us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because I know you have that problem up there. I spent a lot of time up there. I've seen it.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your input.
Unbelievable, the ATVs. But you were with me. Remember the ATVs?
607.
We have it right.
Yeah, they have in Kingston. So.
At West Liquor Store LLC.
Thank you very much.
607?
607, yep.
Yes.
Put my name on the record, sir?
Sure.
Can we wait a minute for the room to clear? It's a little noisy here.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're clearing the room.
All right, I'm ready to proceed if the members are.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, members. Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman for the applicant. With me is Phil Dorn, an associate of my firm, as well as Alan Chun, the Senior Vice President of Development for Brookfield, which is the developer of the property, and Joey Simmons from SBE, the renowned hospitality group that owns the licensee. He's the SVP of operations. There is opposition, and I'll let them go.
I'm sorry, can you introduce your clients?
Oh, he just did. This is Joey Simmons. He's the SVP of operations for SBE. That's my client. SBE is the hospitality group that owns this licensee.
This is owned by the developer.
No, it's not.
Hospitality
entity that's.
No.
The right case.
No, 607.
607, yes. Okay.
It's the wrong
That's
case.
not that.
Is this Citizens Manhattan?
No.
Did I mishear you?
607.
Yeah.
Citizens
Yeah,
Manhattan?
Citizens.
Yes, that's me. That's my case.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm 6.
You got the wrong case.
Jesus. All right,
Commissioner Fenn,
so there's opposition?
Who's creating culinary communities?
I think Mr. Bashimi is
Yeah,
the opposition.
yeah.
Creating Culinary Communities is a holding company subsidiary of SBE. SBE is the big company that ultimately, through several holding companies, owns the applicant.
Okay, but the SPE is not actually the licensee. It's the principals of SPE who are your two clients, right?
The entity that's going to hold the license is Citizens Manhattan West Liquor LLC, and that's ultimately owned by a number of people, including Sam Nazarian, who's the chef, the world-renowned chef, who's the main owner. It's a big hospitality group. They mainly run restaurants, so there's a lot of people involved.
The answer is none of the principals, none of the officers are here, and the majority owner. It's a officer of the ultimate holding company is here.
Yeah, the reason we brought him is because he's going to have day-to-day supervision over the business, so we thought he'd be most appropriate to bring.
Okay. And who's the other person next to?
This is Alan Chun. He's the Senior Vice President of Development for Brookfield, which is the developer that has developed the Manhattan West campus. He's the representative of the landlord.
Got it. Thank you.
There is still opposition, though, so I'll step aside.
Good morning, Francis Buscemi, in opposition to the applicant. My client is Amster. With me today is Mr. Kim, the owner of Amster. And there are I believe two other licensees that are also here in opposition. I see two issues here with regard to this new liquor store license application. One, does the store's location comply with the requirements of Section 105, Subdivision 2 of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law? And the second issue, obviously, is public convenience and advantage. Now, the store is located in a privately owned plaza that has 3 access points from the street. One is from 9th Avenue. A path goes through the plaza about 300 feet or so to get to the store. From 33rd Street, again, a path with steps that rise up into the plaza. This path takes about 200 feet or so to get to the store. And then you have a third access point to this plaza, which is at Dyer and 31st Street. You have to go up about a 25-foot high staircase to get to the plaza, and then walk about 250 feet to get to the location of the store itself. This is a pedestrian plaza. It's privately owned, but it is open to the public between 6 a.m. and 1 a.m. in the morning. I've given you a set of photographs in my submission where you can see the location of the plaza in relation to the 9th Avenue and 33rd Street, etc. The store is located in this plaza, which is a quadrangle, which is surrounded by buildings, commercial buildings, residential, hotel, and commercial buildings. There is no entrance from the store onto the public thoroughfare. The entrance is into the plaza itself. That having been said, it's for the board to decide whether this meets the requirements of Section 105, Subdivision 2. The Liquor Authority has recently issued 2 new liquor store licenses in very close proximity to this location. The 2 stores that were recently approved, I think within the last maybe 4 months. You have one in November of 2021, Depart, New York City, which is at 33rd Street between 8th and 9th. Then you have Anna Wine and Liquor, which is about 305 feet from the applicant. That's at the corner of 33rd and 10th. I think when we review the sales figures of the surrounding stores, we don't see any real increase in demand for alcohol here. Hudson Yards itself is a new store that was, I think it went into business in 2020, and it hasn't been in business long enough to really determine.
Is that the one that was a replacement?
No.
Okay. Sorry.
It hasn't been in business long enough to determine whether this is going to have what impact it'll have on alcohol on the existing stores. The same thing with the two other stores that I just referenced. They're not even open yet.
Mr. Buscemi, 1 second, please.
Yes.
Stores you just referenced. One was the replacement store for Cinderella. The other is the one in the Moynihan train station.
Right. That's what I was asking. Was that the replacement?
Right. I don't know that either of them are open. There's another store in Hudson Yards that's a little further away.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Buscemi, sorry.
Okay, again, Hudson Yards, that was just opened in 2020. I believe the owner of that store is here today. You have Mina Samini, another store that's about 400 feet from the applicant. It shows 2016 to 2018 flat sales. There was an increase in 2019, but then a decrease in 2020, where its gross sales were about 482,000. Odyssey, which is about 15 feet from the applicant, since 2018, it has flat to declining sales. Amster, who is my client, opened its business in 2019. About 50% of its sales, and it has decent sales. It has substantial sales. About 50% of that, though, are internet sales. It has tastings. It has educational wine events at the store. It has almost 4,000 SKUs of alcoholic beverage products. 2,083 of those SKUs are wine. And out of those, 500 are French wines. Then you have the ADB store, which I believe the owner is here today. That shows relatively flat sales for 2019 and 2020. I think if you look at the demographic data and the census data here, there was growth in the area into 2019, but projected growth coming in after that is showing as flat and negative. And we provided you with that information. I believe there was reference to a store being a replacement store. Was that the one in Moynihan?
No.
That was what was mentioned? I'm sorry.
No, we're talking about Hudson Yards, the one that we licensed that replaced
okay.
Cinderella.
Okay. I'll turn it over. I think maybe the other stores want to say something.
Hello, I'm Sanjay Bhavsar, owner ADB, and SAB is the technical name. Wine Book is the other name. I was here about a month ago to contest Anna's. You approved them. This was only a couple months ago, and you also approved another one they were talking about in Penn Station. So that's two stores that have been approved in less than 6 months, and they're not really open. So we don't really know the impact of what those stores are gonna have on the area. So far, the sales this year are very flat and tapering off.
Flat meaning what numbers are you doing? Roughly?
Excuse me? Like, I'd probably say I'm around 3% up at this point.
3% off in 22, off of 21?
Up of, yeah, 21. 3%.
Did you say up or off?
No.
Up. 3% up of, so far this year, about 3% up from 2021.
And how does 21 compare to 20? Because I don't have your 21 numbers.
It was fairly flat. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. my store, we offer delivery. We also deliver to that building in the Eugene building, the residential. And frankly, there's hasn't been that much delivery to that specific building, which is the Eugene, that's the residential. And we do not have that much sales in there. And I think that my store adequately, and the rest of the stores here, adequately provide the area with what they need. I don't know. I don't think that 2,300 square foot facility is going to help anybody, frankly. So that's my case. So.
Thank you.
Is it that
Thank you.
large? I didn't think it was that large.
2,200. Is it?
2167, 1729 is retail.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Pratik Tomar from Hudson Yards Wine and Spirits. I'm the manager there. Basically, we took this store over in 2020, and the sales are flat. Like we reported, it was like 600,000 by July 21. After that, it's been a 5% increase for last year, and most of the sales we are doing is on online. A lot of deliveries, and again, these two stores, we haven't seen the impact of them yet from Anna and this Depart Wine and Spirits. They're huge stores. One is 1,000 square feet, and Anna is approximately, I'm not sure, but I think it's about 1,200. It's a big space, you see. And this store is 1,700 retail space they're gonna have. I don't think we need such a big footprint in this area when it has been adequately.
You said are most of your sales internet or a good portion?
Half of it.
Is that, and that's delivery?
Delivery, yes.
Okay.
So about only half your sales are actually walk-ins.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Beauty New York City.
All right. I'd like to do three things, members. Make 3 points. One is I want to talk about the important role that this wine and spirits shop is going to play in the Manhattan West development. The second thing I'd like to do is to, zooming in, talk about the role that this shop plays as part of SBE's larger presence in Manhattan West, because they're not just here to do a liquor store. And third is I want to address some of the points that the opposition has made. So on the first point, the role that this wine and spirits shop plays in the Manhattan West development. So just some background. Manhattan West development, it's a mega development project, 30 years in the making. It's now mostly online, so it's not a speculative development. It's been built, it's open, it's operating. And it comprises a super block. It's from 9th to 10th Avenues, from 31st Street to 33rd Street. Where 32nd Street is now a public plaza, which I'll get to Mr. Buscemi's point later. Exhibit A to our papers shows the plaza. It shows the entire Manhattan West development. It shows where this premises is in relation to the development. The store is on that plaza. There's a lot of other stuff on the plaza too. There's an 844-unit residential building, the Eugene, which is 99% leased. We've included about 150 petition signatures in support from folks who live in that building who are telling you that they want the convenience and advantage of a liquor store in Manhattan West. That's what they're telling you. There's a licensed hotel there, which you've issued a hotel license for. There's shops, stores, restaurants. There's a Whole Foods supermarket in that plaza, in the development. This would be the only liquor store. So it's going to provide convenience to the residents of the development. It's going to provide convenience to the office workers. There's a number of very high-profile companies who have leased spaces in the offices. Most of the office towers are fully leased as well. One is still finishing up construction, so it's around 25% leased. So this is a real development that's active. It's happening. There's people who live here, people who work there. There's going to be hotel guests and visitors. So this is the context in which this liquor store is going to be placed. Point number 2, zooming in on the important public convenience and advantage derived from this store's position amongst SBE's other F&B operations. As you heard from my colloquy with Commissioner Fan at the beginning, SBE is a world-renowned hospitality group. It's headed by Sam Nazarian, who's a well-known chef, and they have a major role to play in the Manhattan West development. This is not just some one-off liquor store that they're doing. They have 2 restaurants in Manhattan West, which you've issued a license for already. They have a food hall that they call a culinary center, which has food kiosks with high-end food offerings from around the world. One of their restaurants is headed by Chef Danny Garcia, who is a five-time Michelin star chef. They just got an amazing New York Times review. They're trying to get a Michelin star at that location. That restaurant has a 900 deep wine list, a 900 wine deep list. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. They have a grab-and-go location, which you've issued, or maybe it's still pending, a grocery beer license for, which is like a high-end pret-a-manger that's going to have versions of the high-end foods that are available at the restaurant for people to take home with them. So the wine and spirits shop falls into the context of all of these other stores. As the chairman has previously noted, and other members have previously noted in approving other liquor store applications, when there is a synergy between on-premises and off-premises operations, that is one of the several factors you may consider when determining public convenience and advantage. There's more.
Let me ask you, how many other liquor stores does SBE have in other cities, or is this their first ever?
This will be their first ever, Commissioner.
Okay.
So going on to the synergy point, when you're dining at Casa Dani, the high-end, soon-to-be Michelin star restaurant, they're going to have an app where if you like the wine that you're drinking by the glass, it could be ready for you by the bottle at the liquor store down the plaza where you can go purchase it at the liquor store. It's going to be about 75% wine, 25% spirits, and a significant portion of the wines offered at the wine and spirits shop are going to be wines that are available by the glass on that deep wine list. So there's a further synergy there. The store itself is going to have large museum-style educational touchscreens, the type you see that maybe when you go to a museum and they have a lot of graphics and educational information about different types of wine. This goes back to their view of seeing their entire operation as, yes, it's a F&B operation, but they're there to educate. So it's going to be so cool, these touchscreens, that you're going to, tourists, people from the hotel, people coming to Manhattan West, they're going to come into this store just to see the touchscreens and get educational information about the different wine regions. Maybe they'll buy a bottle to take home with them, maybe they won't. There's going to be a robust tasting and educational program. All told, it's a seamless culinary experience. So that's some more context. The last point I'd like to make is some responses in response to the opposition. My papers don't address Mr. Buscemi's opposition because he got his in on Thursday. I didn't see his until after the deadline, so I'm responding to his now, as well as the two other opposition papers that we did see prior to the deadline. So first, although I greatly respect Mr. Buscemi, he's wrong about the way that the board has implemented the public corridor requirement. I mean, you've issued licenses within malls, private malls that have open and closing times as well, but you've always held that if it's a public corridor, that meets the requirement of the ABC law. This is one step further removed in a good direction from being inside a mall. This is an outdoor, open-air, public plaza. Again, I encourage the members to look at Exhibit A to our papers where you see what this is. This used to be 32nd Street. Now it's a public plaza. Public is open to the public at all times, and there's not a private store. So the board has well interpreted already this section of the ABC law to not create an issue for the placement of this store, which is on, there's a comment about it being up several flights or whatever. This is built over the rail yards. So there's a big platform. This whole project is built over the rail yards. So yes, there's a slight change in grade. But this is on, if you ask somebody standing outside of the store, are you standing on the ground? They'll say, yes, we're standing on the ground floor. So I don't think that's an issue. Regarding the comments that have been made about additional stores, I want to be clear on this. I think as Commissioner Ford already recognized, it's not correct to say that Anna Wine and Liquors was adding another store to the neighborhood. I think it's been made clear that it wasn't. That's a replacement of the Citarella store. Similarly, I watched the full board video when you approved the Moynihan location store, and you asked Mr. Levy, what's going on with the other two liquor stores in Penn Station? And his response to you was that one of them is coming back online, and one of them is closed, and I don't know what's going on with it. And we've looked into it, and that store is still closed. So although you didn't approve the Moynihan store as a replacement, as we all know, Moynihan is essentially an extension of Penn Station, and there has not been a net increase in the number of stores in Penn Station. It was 2, and now it's 1 plus the one in Moynihan. So it's not an increase in the number of stores. Similarly, the Hudson, the quote, other Hudson Yards store. I mean, I represented that store. It was in the pandemic when we weren't doing live appearances, but I made sure to note in my papers, and I think it was Commissioner Fan or maybe it was Commissioner Ford who asked about this. I noted in the papers, even though the name of the corporate entity says Hudson Yards, it's not actually in Hudson Yards. It's, it's on 37th and 9th. So don't consider that, another store in Hudson Yards. 2 more comments on the opposition. Number 1, those stores that were mentioned as supposedly adding new ones to the neighborhood, the one that in Hudson, the one that replaced Citarella and the one in Moynihan, those are, as my grandmother used to say, a schlep to get to from Manhattan West. One's inside a mall and the other is inside a train station. Yes, it's a nice train station, but it's inside. I think that's a distinguishing factor that you ought to take into account. And in addition, both of those stores had special populations that the members had in mind when considering public convenience and advantage. The Hudson Yards store served the Hudson Yards mega development, a separate mega development, and the Moynihan store was for train commuters, as no one doubts. I mean, that's going to serve people who are the bridge and tunnel crowd coming in and out, commuting for trains. So there is a difference there. And then lastly, I would say about the comments about the representative from Mina Samani who was here. Yes, I've seen that individual opposing the Moynihan store as well as the Anna Wine and Liquor stores. And the only, other than the other things I would say about that, the only closing point I would make on that is that store you issued a license to in 2013 when 34th Street on the far west side of Manhattan and below it was a construction zone. Yes, they got in at a good time, but they got in knowing that 2 mega developments that are basically cities within cities that on their own probably have populations that are greater than many upstate towns that have more than one liquor store were coming online in the coming years. So it's hard for them to say that they should be surprised that with the increase in population brought on by Hudson Yards and this new development, Manhattan West, that's coming online, that there's going to be new stores that open. This store is going to serve the residents and workers of Manhattan West. We do think, for all the reasons that we said, there is public convenience, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Members have any questions?
I don't know.
You ready to vote?
Yeah, I don't have any questions either.
Commissioner Fan?
I do have a question. So the Eugene is apartment buildings. I see that there's 2 other large buildings there. Are they both office buildings?
That's right, Mr. Chairman. There's one apartment building, Eugene, 844 residents. 130 something of those are affordable, designated affordable. It's 99% rented. The others are office buildings.
How many in the Eugene?
800.
800. Okay.
844.
Okay.
Or maybe 94. I can't read my own handwriting. 800 something.
Okay.
Is the office space rented yet?
So depends on the building. I have that data for you. So there's 4 office buildings, Council Meyerhoff. One of them is 100% leased. The second one is 98% leased. The third one is 57% leased. And the fourth one, which is opening in 2023, is 25% leased. But obviously they expect that to go up as it gets closer to the opening. And I mentioned...
Do you know how many of the people who work there take the train in and out?
I don't have that figure, but one of the...
That's all right. That's all right.
I did want to just I said it once already, but I do want to emphasize again the Whole Foods that's there. That's also an important public convenience and advantage factor that you often look to, the proximity of a liquor store to a grocery store, and the Whole Foods is in the same development.
All right, Donald, I think we're...
Can I make one comment, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Just one comment with regard to location. I don't think it's accurate to equate this to an enclosed shopping mall. That's not what this is. There are exceptions for enclosed shopping malls. There are exceptions for...
Well, can you take a step back? Because I'm trying to figure out why you wouldn't equate it to that. Except that this is open to the outside air.
It's open to the outside air in a private plaza, which has public access.
The shopping mall is private.
Yes, and there are exceptions for a shopping mall. That's all I'm saying.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Would you like me to respond to that?
No. Thank you, Mr. Bookman, for clearly explaining the situation here. I actually think that the opening to the street on a private or public open space actually adds to the argument of public convenience and advantage. And I see a clear business plan here with all the related restaurants and the fact that there is a Whole Foods there, so I also see that as support for public convenience advantage. I am obviously concerned about the fact that there are 2 stores in the area that have not opened and how that would impact all of this, but it also sounds like there are thousands more people that will be coming to this area when the pandemic is really over. And with all of that, I'm going to vote to approve.
The 2 stores that we licensed nearby, granted, they're probably specific to certain areas, but I still don't think that completely negates their possible potential impact because we don't know yet because they're not open yet. And there was another license we denied close by recently. What is that? Was that Hell's Kitchen Wine and Liquors?
It wasn't recently.
Is it 2019?
Yeah, and it's about a mile away.
About a mile away?
47th Street.
Well, I'm still going to vote to deny. I just not comfortable just yet.
And Chairman,
I'm going to vote to approve. I don't see this affecting the stores outside this plaza that much. I think most of the people that are, let's put it this way, no one's going to walk in there to go to the liquor store. It's going to be directed at this population of the people that use these buildings as well as the grocery store. I think there clearly is a public convenience and advantage given the grocery store, the apartment building, as well as all the office buildings and the number of people that are going to go through that plaza every day. Realizing we did just open 2 stores, so I am fully aware of that and that we have 2 that are unopened, but both, as Mr. Bookman pointed out, are serving a very, very specific population, one in a train station and the other in Hudson Yards. And there was, as he said, that store in Hudson Yards is replacing another one. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you, members.
Good luck.
I need 2 minutes, Donald.
all right, we're going to take a brief recess. We'll be back on the record. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next item is 629. That's Silver and White Wine and Liquor Inc.
Good morning. Good afternoon, members. My name is Max Bookman, Pesetsky and Bookman. With me is Phil Dorn, an associate of the firm, as well as Liz Kaner, one of the owners of Silver and White Wine and Liquor. This is a liquor store.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Thank you, members.
I think you earned your keep today.
All right.
I'm going to.
And just to be clear, this store's moving 190 feet. It's actually going to be smaller than the former store, and the retail space is going to be exactly the same size.
And the nearest closest stores are not changing currently.
Right. Does it matter to the board that it'll now be 190 feet further from my apartment?
Wear sneakers.
So we're voting. I vote to approve as well.
Yeah, I vote to approve. Thank you.
Okay.
Next time, ask your clients to move downtown.
If I had known, I would have put that in my papers, Council Meyerhoff.
Thank you.
Next is 649. That's Legendary Restaurant LLC.
649, you say?
649. Mr. DeLuca signed in for this one. Here we go.
Hello, members. Patrick DeLuca. My client, Matthew Murray, we're here for a disciplinary issue. We had made an offer of $10,000, and the board has advised us that they wanted to see and speak to my client before they decide.
The reason why we asked to bring him in is because we have concerns about the MO. And if this continues, it's not going to be good if we accept your offer. What are you doing to change the routine here?
No, and before anybody starts, we checked all your social media accounts. So it's quite clear you've been advertising DJs still.
No.
Now go ahead and answer.
You've also been advertising that your kitchen is only open till 11 or 10 o'clock. And one of the charges that you're settling here is the fact that food was not available at your location when the investigator visited.
Yeah. So it appears you're operating a restaurant possibly by day and a nightclub by night.
Yeah,
With all that, go ahead.
Understood, yeah, so any DJ stuff I didn't know that we weren't allowed to do, that's already been ended and won't continue until we've adjusted our operation method. And as far as the kitchen, normally we keep it open till like 2 a.m. The night that they came, we didn't have it open that late. That's also been adjusted. So, but as far as the DJ stuff, that's done and removed from our website. Our website hadn't been updated in probably 6 months at least. So any of that has all ended.
I'm on your Instagram right now. You advertised a DJ on January 8th of this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's all been changed.
It's all.
I know, but these charges were filed in July of 2021.
But
yet you're still 8 months later, even after you know you got charged for it, advertising a DJ.
No, I didn't get charged for that then. That was, I mean, we got charged for other stuff, obviously, but there was no charge. I didn't know that we weren't allowed to have DJ recorded music. I thought was what that was, honestly. So if I had known on July 1st when that had happened, it would have ended that day. I didn't know. So.
What time do you close?
2 o'clock. By the village, we're allowed to be open till 4, but we don't stay open till 4.
Who is DJ Caution? You have DJ Caution there all the time.
It was just a local DJ that we used.
Okay. All right, I'm going to stop, but please don't come back here again, because you're looking at losing your license at this point.
I'll accept it as well, and that's it.
Hold on 1 second. All right, I'll accept.
Thank you very much.
Luca's
Um,
letter.
Sir, how long would it be appropriate? We do have the change, the mode of operation change ready. Is there a time that you'd like us to wait before I submit it?
Yeah, at least 12 months.
12 months.
He's not getting it after this immediately.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
He's got a history from August of 2020, and then he's got basically the same stuff in July of 2021.
That was just masks in August, but
We're good.
fair enough.
I mean, you can apply. I'm talking about me alone, not these two. So you can apply whenever you want and take a roll with them. But I can tell you, I wouldn't approve it.
Yes, it's still filed until 2023.
What, ma'am?
You
I
should
didn't
file
hear-
it in file in 2023. Just make it through this whole summer and the holidays with no charges, no complaints, no police activity, and then you can file it. Okay?
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Fair enough?
Thank you.
Good.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Yes.
yes.
Next is 589, that's Ona Wine and Spirits, Inc.
$589. Tom, do we have the school's letter of objection on record here, or not really?
The schools, well, I don't think.
I know the 200-foot doesn't apply. I'm just asking for the communication because there's a reference of it in here.
I didn't see it, I didn't see it either, but
I don't believe there is
there's a reference to it
In the investigative report, it talks about it.
There is a case here.
Yeah, I thought it might be a different case you and I are thinking of.
Yeah, with a letter of support. Anyway. Go ahead, Mr. Pillow.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo. I'm going to step aside, let Mr. Buscemi rip my case apart.
Who are you with? Can you announce who you're with, though, so we know?
Hello, I'm Liliana Montenegro. Hello, I'm Maria Fernanda Vaquerizo.
Okay.
Good afternoon, I'm Holly Brown.
Okay, thank you.
Licensing doesn't have a letter.
Okay.
Doesn't have what, my letter?
No.
I think you referenced the letter from the school. Did you take it? Mr. Buscemi, do you have that?
I don't know. I don't remember referencing a letter from the school. I did see the report from the liquor authority concerning the other tenants in the building, which I wasn't aware of at the time. The two of them are not-for-profits. However, they're not related, to my knowledge, they're not related to the school itself. One is a not-for-profit art gallery or art center, and the other is, I forgot, something else. But I don't think it's part of the school function, from what the report, the inspector's report, investigator's report had found. With regard to the applicant, should I go on with regard to my opposition now?
Yes.
Okay, the area is in a very high crime area. The existing stores are bulletproof stores. There's good reason for them to be bulletproof. I've given you some information on this. Crime in the East Harlem area is 76% higher than the national average. With regard to violent crime in East Harlem, it's 325% higher than the national average. And just because the store is bulletproof doesn't necessarily mean that it should be considered as a pint store. I represent 1755 Lexington. Lisa Gotlibowski's not feeling well. She contacted my office, so she's not here with me today. But 1755 Lexington has over 4,000 SKUs. Half of its wine inventory is in wines. It's 0.2 of a mile from the applicant. Then you have House of J and H. That's 0.3 of a mile from the applicant. Between 2016 and 19, it's showing relatively flat sales with a COVID bump, I believe, in 2020. Luna Liquor is 0.3 of a mile from the applicant. Between 2016 and 18, it showed declining sales. 2019, it closed because of a fire. Romans, I see that they didn't report their gross sales, but another liquor store, Romans Wine and Spirits, is 0.2 of a mile from the applicant. All in all, there are approximately 16 stores within 1 mile of this application. The demographic census data which I provide shows the little historic growth and negative projected growth in the area. We had radiuses of between of 0.2 of a mile from the applicant, 0.8 of a mile from the applicant. Going forward, between 2019 and 2024, within 0.2 of a mile, there's a little less than there's negative 1% or negative 0.88 growth. Within 0.8 of a mile, there's a negative 0.5% growth going down. So I don't think that it shows that there's demand or increased demand for alcohol products, and I don't believe public convenience and interest would be served. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's noteworthy to realize that there are projections that are being submitted. We have, however, submitted, I think, 7 or 8 brand new construction with apartments for hundreds of new people in the neighborhood. Additionally, I submitted last week the crime statistics over the last year, which show the 23rd precinct that covers this area reports lower crime statistics than the rest of the city. I have with me two
How
very...
about statistics compared to, say, 2019? Where are they?
You know, I didn't have that. It was a weird table. They compared against 20... Was it 2000?
It was the last year.
Yeah, before that, though.
At least that website doesn't offer it.
Right. Come up. That website only compares against the prior year, and then it goes back 20 years. So it's, you know, we did what we could. I have with me principals who are very knowledgeable in the field. One is a beverage and wine director at a restaurant in the neighborhood. Another is working at a liquor store for how many years?
For 6 years, 6 years.
For 6 years. We acknowledge that the other stores are bulletproof. There is really no reason to be. If you look at the construction and the new buildings that are coming in, these are all luxury buildings. These are very, very high-end buildings. This store is in a perfect position to serve this brand new construction. And additionally, it's 450 square feet. It's an exceptionally small store. Happy to answer any more questions you may have.
Can you tell me what else is in that school building besides the school?
Yeah, go ahead, Ollie.
It's called the Julia de Burgos Cultural Center. And so there is a high school on 2 floors of the building. There's also the Museo del Barrio's print shop. There is also,
explain the print shop to me. What's that?
The print shop has expositions of the print work, and they also actually print posters and historical documents that come out of the Museo del Barrio that's on Fifth Avenue. And
they sell them there and stuff?
I don't believe they sell out of that building. I think it's mostly a cultural space to go and look at the prints, but you can buy the prints online.
By the way, one creature of the law, the sections that were added about related activities to church, to a house of worship, does not apply to schools too. The statute only, I don't know if that necessarily means you're foreclosed from considering whether they're school associated, but the amendment to the statute was talking about houses of worship, not schools.
Okay.
At the time, I think that was more of a concern where you were finding places of worship with
doing other things. Yeah.
You typically don't find a school with something else going on.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, do you want to know about the rest of the?
No, that's enough.
Yes.
Commissioner Pan?
So I have a question. Would you guys be willing to take a condition where you check IDs for everybody? Just because of your proximity to the school? And when I say everybody, it's like MSG, everybody, even if someone looks like they're 60, you're checking an ID?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a big undertaking. And you will get a reputation, and that's going to be the way you run the business.
I'm a New York City Board of Education teacher, so it's exceptionally important to me that we check every ID, and we plan to have a machine to do that.
Actually, if you get a reputation for checking ID, I think that's a good thing.
Okay, so I'm going to vote to approve with that particular condition. Chairman will tell you what kind of scanner you need to have.
No, I don't even know. Yeah.
Wouldn't have one that is related to DMV or something?
Yeah, Mr. Palillo, if you email our enforcement unit, they'll tell you the scanners they can use. It's actually an app on your phone. It's very inexpensive per month, and
with the stipulation there's be to obtain a scanner and check.
Currently using what to look?
Yes.
a scanner application.
We'll investigate.
Okay.
Well, there's 3 companies out there. I obviously can't recommend any of them, but there's three that do this similar type of application on your phone, and it's very effective. It's what our guys use.
Commissioner Ford?
You're a 400 square foot store that's going to be non-bulletproof in a sea of bulletproof stores, correct? So I'm going to vote.
Yes.
450, yes, correct.
450, okay, all right. So I'm going to vote to approve as well.
And Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to approve, but the only reason, you're obviously very, very good candidates. The problem is the location, or potential problem. And the only reason I'm putting one here is because you're non-bulletproof. Because we try to promote bulletproof stores, which means you have to stay non-bulletproof.
Yes, sure. Yes.
And if you are going to change and become bulletproof for whatever reason, you need to come back here to us.
You vote to agree with the stipulation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Approved.
Approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Next is. Do you need a? Okay. Next is 630. That's PHA J Inc.
BRACCO'S.
Okay.
I had one more on BRACCO'S.
Which one do you?
What number?
I'll tell you in a sec.
You only wrote down 607 589.
It's a CNC. This number, agenda number. No, not it.
What's it called again?
BRACCO'S. BRACCO'S Clam and Oyster Bar Inc.
That's 644. Yeah, you didn't put that down. So.
All right,
I handed it. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
For BRACCO'S Clam and Oyster Bar Inc.
Yes. I remember this.
Yes, you do.
It's a $5,000 CNC offer. I'm standing in for Mr. Mailer on this, who's away. 2 charges, books and records.
Yeah, I'll accept.
I'll accept.
They had that.
My notes to myself were accept, but do. Talk to this person. They gotta, never mind.
We talked to them a long time when they had 50 Cent. Didn't they have 50 Cent there?
That's what I'm thinking of, yep.
So that I remember. This I don't know what happened with this thing.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
One more vote?
Thank
Or?
you.
No, you're good.
Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
So now it's 630. PHAJ Inc.
Good afternoon, Robert Swetnick. This is a removal. It's a liquor store that's been operating for many years at the corner of, it's on 2nd Avenue at 42nd Street. The landlord basically wants his space in order to combine it with vacant space at the corner to make a restaurant, and is somewhat forcing him, telling him he will not renew the lease unless he takes other space on the other side of the front door. It's virtually going to be the same business, same store moving. The new space is technically much larger, but that's because it used to be a clothing store there with a loft or mezzanine. He is not going to use that at all for many reasons. Number one, he doesn't want his customers walking down the stairs carrying liquor. Number two, for security reasons, it would mean he has to have another employee full-time to monitor anyone who's up there. So he's just leaving that vacant. He may use it for some storage, or he says if ever a business improves greatly and he's going to do a class, he would do it up there. But that's not going to be sales area at all. So his sales area is not dramatically increasing. And again, it's going to be in the exact same building where he's been located for many, many years, and his father before him. Do you have any questions?
The only thing that caught my attention was the financing of 20,000. It just seemed a bit low to me.
He's just basically the security deposit, everything is moving next door. He's got to do very little other than he bought some new shelving. That's it. It's an existing store in the same building, and that's what he estimated he would buy in additional shelving.
All right, I don't have a problem. I'll approve it.
Commissioner Fan?
Yep, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Saw the post-COVID reshuffling going on.
Yeah.
Next is 613, that's Melvindale LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. With me is Mr. Mark Karaptian, who is the sole owner of Melvindale. This is an application for a new restaurant at 45 Bond Street. The ground floor
Mr. Bernstein, is there opposition there? I see Community Board standing behind you.
Donna Raftery from the Community Board, he is here, and Mr. Booth, I assume, is here on his own. Yes.
You want the opposition?
Yeah, we'll let them go first.
Yes.
What, is Mr. Booth not with the community board anymore?
He is, but
He's just a member now. He's just a member. He's not
Oh.
Yeah, we're both actually here on behalf of the board.
When did you change? You're now actually a member of the board?
Well, I was the chair, but after we have 2-year term limits, so the 2 years has run its course.
But didn't you
And
have
so
a
I'm no longer
position
chair
where
of the board.
you were getting paid too, or no?
No, unfortunately, no community board members
All
are
right,
paid.
so you're still
So there was no
volunteer.
pay reduction either.
Yeah. You didn't take a hit. All right.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Both Donna and I are here on behalf of Community Board 2. Despite the high number of licenses in the area, this block of Bond Street is predominantly residential, including ground floor residences located immediately next door and across the street and at other locations along the block. There are a few retail ground businesses and 3 other licensed premises, including the Smile, which closes at 9 p.m. Wednesday to Saturday currently, and 11 p.m. pre-pandemic. Il Buco, which advertises closing times of 10 p.m. currently, and 11 p.m. and 12 a.m. pre-pandemic. And Fish Cheeks, which currently closes at 10:15 p.m. Sunday to Thursday, and 11:15 Friday and Saturday, and 11:30 p.m. pre-pandemic. All 3 establishments were completely closed by 12 a.m. pre-pandemic, with the exception of Il Buco, which on occasion would accommodate guests staying a bit later. Fish Cheeks is in the process of taking over the licensed premises next door to combine with their location. The Smile just took over a sub basement in their space, expanding their location significantly. So that's the character of the block. At this point, we're not really quite clear what the applicant is actually applying for. The presentation to CB2 in June 2021 differs from the application to the SLA and the 500-foot hearing, which differs from the most recent application filed with the New York City Buildings Department on December 2021. In fact, the application before the DOB was very clear in saying the applicant was in a rush and specifically would not be filing an application as presented to CB2, and the floor plans presented are no longer accurate, what you guys have before you. I think that CB2's resolution on this application and on past applications is pretty clear that the outdoor space is a major issue. From the first application for this location in 2006, the outdoor area has always been an issue. In fact, no outdoor area was a continuing stipulation through 2013, at which time the license changed hands through a series of corporate changes, which instead of a transfer. And when that change was completed, the remaining partners felt that they were not bound by the corporation's stipulations, which I don't want to dwell on that, but just it's what we don't often see that since the corporation generally bans.
I do remember that myself.
And at that point, it eventually was approved for having outdoor seating, which was 5 tables and 10 seats. The applicant there subsequently closed about a year later and hasn't been licensed since. So the premises hasn't been operated since 2014. Any temporary outdoor dining and certainly temporary outdoor dining and service of alcohol without restriction of any type is clearly a big issue here. And given the immediate proximity of the ground floor residences and the residential character of the block is an ongoing issue. Like I said, this location hasn't been operated since 2014 when Circle 45 closed. It's almost 8 years, so any pre-existing impact has long since diminished. And as I had mentioned before, there's some significant changes with other licensed premises on the block. And it's also worth noting that this establishment is now 1 floor larger on the 2nd floor as an additional bar and more seats inside. At this point, it's not clear what the applicant intends to operate. The hours are clearly later than others on the block who've been operating for many years. There's no reason that the operator needs to have operable windows, let alone on the 2nd floor. There were never any operable windows at this location with any prior operators. Applicant was very clear to CV2 at the time they presented that they were going to be changing the certificate of occupancy in a place of assembly given their total proposed occupancy, which is well in excess of 74 patrons, which you know is a threshold. And on top of that, the applicant had said that they would be accommodating waiting patrons inside the premises, which they, with these changes, it doesn't seem clear that they'd be able to do. It's a little disturbing that the applicant didn't notify the SLA or CV2 of the material change in the layout and the interior occupancy. And, you know, as you probably remember, I'd addressed the members of the authority on the complicated types of applications a couple months ago regarding certificate of occupancies. This is specifically as they relate to larger venues requiring places of assembly. This is an example of that. In here, they're making changes. They're removing the rear internal staircase as an egress staircase, which leaves the front staircase, which is a common building staircase, as their main egress point. And they also, which is shared by all building occupants, it's worth noting now that even though this isn't before you guys, that the 2nd floor is still noted in their DOB filings as an office floor, not an eating and drinking establishment. And then finally, you know, it was clearly noted in the DOB application that they made these changes to avoid filing a place of assembly permit, that the applicant was in a rush to open the restaurant, so they didn't have enough time to go through the place of assembly permit process, and that in order to do this change, they'd have to separate the floors by changing the floor plans and including a 2-hour rated partition, the door in the back, and that the rear staircase would no longer be an egress staircase, simply a connecting stair. So we're very concerned here also that there's no around the noise impacts, which would become permanent without the benefit of public interest on the outdoor seating, which is still unclear to us. And then getting to the end, while it's unclear to us if this location will operate as Jelena, which has a sister location in Venice Beach, but it's worth noting that that location closes at 11. And I think that Judge Hutchison was pretty clear in her report that they haven't met the statutory burden yet, and then she referred this matter to come before the members of the authority for public interest determination. Yeah. Answer any questions, or Donna can answer them as well.
What the outside area you're concerned about is the open restaurant area and the sidewalk cafe, or just one or the other?
All outdoor seating. That's been the issue here.
Because other than hours, I don't think we have any ability over that.
It didn't apply for an outdoor cafe, I don't think.
So the issue here is that that this outdoor has 3 sections of the outdoor dining. They have a sidewalk portion. They have the roadbed structure portion, and then it's also an open street. So there's another portion. So there's an ability, we don't know the exact number. There's no floor plan before you. We haven't seen a floor plan that's current, but the applicant has indicated that that's up to 60 seats potentially outside where none previously existed. They're going to be operating this, so this is a part of the application, and it should be contemplated because that's the impact, as you guys would find under the 500-foot statute, is the impact on the existing noise level. And this has been an issue here at this location since the inception of a license.
Chairman?
So.
That's close right there.
Yeah, I know, I'm familiar with the area, Okay, thank you. Can you put us on mute? I just have a quick question. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bernstein.
As I began to say, the ground floor of 45 Bond had been licensed for a number of years. It was Mercat and then Circolo. Then it became vacant. I had filed an application for it to become a Jelena back in 2016. 45B Street Restaurant LLC was that applicant, which planned to use the cellar and ground floor and open a Jelena as a sister to the Jelena that's been operating in Venice, California since 2008. That application was approved by both Community Board 2, by the local block association, and by you in 2016 with a 1 a.m. weekday, 2 a.m. weekend close. We had full approval of that application. Due to issues with whether it was DOB or the landlord, I don't recall who, that approval lapsed after 6 months. They were not able to complete construction, although they were well on their way to completing it. It was not completed. It did not open. They were not able to pick up the license, and that lapsed. The owner of Jelena, with some other investors, began the process again in 2018, this time with the ground floor, and they also had an opportunity to add the second floor. The original application in 2016, by the way, had an occupancy of 105 patrons. They went back with a 140-seat restaurant for the ground floor and second floor. The community board wanted certain stipulations, some of which are carrying over to this application. That was never filed with the authority because the timing was such that COVID hit. Even though they had done more construction and substantially built out the 2 floors of the restaurant, it was abandoned with the onset of COVID, and so much for that second try. My client, Mark, then had an opportunity to take the space. Mark has been working with Jelena since 2015. He had homes in California and New York. He will be based in New York principally once this opens, and he will operate under the same brand that you had approved back in 2016 as Jelena. Now, I'm a little surprised at some of the comments that Mr. Booth made, because after we appeared before the Community Board Committee, they drafted a set of stipulations for us to approve this application. And I've attached that to my submission. It is a set of 23 stipulations. And if we put the outdoor space aside for a moment, I'll come back to that, there are only 3 areas of disagreement. We agree with all of these stipulations, other than the outdoor space, except for 3. One of them are hours of operation. Now remember, the application that you approved for the ground floor in 2016 had a 1 a.m., 2 a.m. close. Because we were adding a second floor and the occupancy was increasing, we agreed to reduce that, and we're only asking for 1 a.m. 7 days a week. We are not asking for the 2 a.m. that you had approved for the other application. And I would note that attached to my submission is a letter from the local block association. It's signed by Zella Jones, the president of NoHo Bowery Stakeholders, and she wrote this letter just on March 24th, just the other day, where she says that they agree with the 1 a.m. closing 7 days a week. So we do have the support from the block association of that area to a 7-day, 1 a.m. close.
How come I don't have that?
It's attached to my letter that I submitted on Friday.
Yeah, I saw it.
You do?
It's a letter dated March 24th.
Oh, I
addressed
see, the
to-
stakeholders letter?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes,
It's-
and she says they agree to the 1 a.m. closing. The second issue.
Oh, I see. Richard Bourne is the chair of the board? Yeah, no, yeah, I get it.
It's not a voted
Of course
on
you got that letter, sir.
It's not voted on by the organization, by the way.
I didn't interrupt you, Mr. Booth.
Okay.
The second issue relates to the windows. There are operable windows on the second floor. The community board's ask is that it be closed at all times. All we are requesting, in light of COVID, in light of the fact that people would like to have some fresh air, is an opportunity to keep those open and close them at a reasonable hour. We had proposed 10 p.m. The NoHo Bowery stakeholders proposes 9 p.m. We are okay with either 9 p.m., 10 p.m. We only have quiet background recorded music. There is never a DJ. There is never a live music. There are never performances. We do not think that a second floor with about 74 seats and quiet background music with some open windows that will close by 9 or 10 o'clock at night will be unreasonable interference. The only other issue, other than a couple of words that I crossed out in their stipulation, and you'll see that I've marked that up for you, is the occupancy. The total seating is 140 patrons. The total legal occupancy will be 160. So paragraph 12 of the stipulation, instead of 140, we just want as 160. With respect to the outdoor space, as we have been told by licensing under the temporary DOT program, since DCA is no longer involved in outdoor seating and there are no sidewalk cafe permits, that sidewalk and street seating are not to be part of an application. They are not part of the licensed premises. Whenever the city gets around to coming up with a final plan, we would file an alteration application that would require us to go to the community board, and we would propose permanent seating. In the interim, we have the right to apply for DOT seating and comply with the authority's July 7th, 2021 guidance on outdoor seating, which we will do.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I mean, that sidewalk is so narrow and we're all, we know this street, right? If you force people to walk into the cobblestone, that's when injuries happen.
Well,
I'm almost
DOT has-
okay with open table because then you're on the cobblestone versus on the sidewalk. Because that sidewalk is too narrow. You can't really do anything on that sidewalk.
Commissioner, the response that I've continually gotten is that this is an issue for DOT, that DOT issues the permits. They have their own rules and regulations. We would have to comply with them. If they give us tables, they give us tables. If they don't, then we don't have them.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, that's all true, but we're the ones who determine whether you can serve alcohol out there. So you can go get your tables. You can go get as many tables as you want, but I don't think your restaurant's gonna want them if they can't have alcohol at them.
That may be true. That's
I
correct.
mean,
But it
you're
is
in a
not.
residential building. and you're trying to take the first 2 floors as a restaurant, and then you want to put a sidewalk cafe and another outdoors, another.
No, they're gonna put 80 people
I
out
mean,
there.
you can't,
It just
not.
seems like a lot.
It's a lot.
Well, I think all I'm saying now is that the outdoor seating is not part of this application because we are told that it cannot be part of this application.
What's the significance of the second floor windows being open? Why is that a point of contention here?
COVID.
I think the community board wants it closed for noise, and on our end, they are operable, and we want to make use of that, and I think it is just deemed to be beneficial and nice to have some fresh air where there is an opportunity to have some fresh air flow in. Again, we are fine with restricting those hours. We're not interested in creating any disturbance, any noise in the community, whether it's street seating or sidewalk seating. Sound generates through an area. I think the question is what's reasonable and what's not reasonable. And I think that what we are proposing is reasonable, to have some windows open for some brief period of time during the day and closed at a reasonable hour.
Yeah, I think sound from a higher floor is going to emanate more, to be honest about it, than it would on the ground floor. So I'm not saying there's not something that can be worked out here, but I think that's what you're up against.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned that you're really like 5 foot from the person who lives upstairs of you. If they have also their windows open, they're basically sitting in the restaurant.
People
permanently sitting in the restaurant when they're sitting in their living room.
No, it doesn't have to be music. It
Yeah,
could be
maybe.
somebody
I mean, just
clanging
talking.
the plates. Yeah.
So
I'm
how
not
many
sure.
bodies are on the second floor if the restaurant were
There
to-
are 74 seats at tables and 6 bar stools. You
upstairs
have
on the
80.
second floor?
On the second floor. So you have 80 on the second floor. But
And
the
how
only
many
thing-
downstairs?
Downstairs, there are 46 seats at tables, there are 8 bar stools, and 6 counter seats. So the total seating on the 2 floors, I think, is 140 or 141.
Yeah.
Was that floor licensed before, when it was the
The
last
second
time? it was open?
second floor was not.
Last time the second floor was not licensed.
Right. I'm just saying, you're on the other side of walls from people's homes.
I know, it's very
Well,
close.
the only thing I want to say about that is I don't think it's materially different than a sidewalk cafe where people live on the second floor of a building. We see that all throughout the city.
You do, but we shut those 9, 10 o'clock. You want your restaurant to shut at 10 o'clock?
No, we don't. I don't think you shut the restaurant at 9, 10 o'clock. I think that sidewalk cafes are typically closed at 10 and 11 o'clock. We are happy to close our windows at 9 or 10 o'clock.
Yeah, but the sidewalk cafes, we can't, I guess we could close them earlier, but this is something that is so simple, and really your customers aren't getting that much out of it.
Well, the sidewalk cafe, we're also willing to close at 10 and 11 o'clock at night. That's not
Well,
a problem. We're not asking for the 1 a.m. close for the outdoor seating.
I'm not convinced that I'd be giving you a sidewalk cafe, so I wouldn't go that direction.
No, definitely not. I understand why you're bringing this back now, but it's a lot. So how are you
I think
related
there are-
to the, how are you,
Sorry.
can I talk to your client for a second? How are you related to the original, people who founded the restaurant in Venice?
I've worked there. I've been working there for about 7 years. I'm a CPA by trade, so I started kind of doing accounting. I've been a controller prior to working for them, then got into human resources while I was there, and now mostly, for many years lately, I've been a human resource manager over there for the group.
I see. And
Yeah.
they gave you the right to, you license the name or something? Like,
Yes.
Are you gonna move here?
I already actually stay in New York and I stay in LA both. I lived in the city for a couple of years, and then now I'm not out on Long Island. And I will move into the city when it's time to, really get on this.
So you're gonna operate this place yourself?
Well, I'm gonna be there daily, but the nice thing is the fact that I know pretty much everybody, especially the fact I'm in human resources in the group in LA, and what I can do is contract them to come out to be the help with the operations. Like we're gonna bring out 10 people, 12 people before we open up the restaurant, specifically executive chef, head chefs.
No, I'm worried about you though. You're gonna be there every day in some capacity.
Yeah, yes, I am. I would be happy to move back into the city. My children live on Long Island.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I'm there right now.
If I can just say something about the outdoor space, there are other restaurants on Bond Street, such as El Boco, that does have street or sidewalk seating. So
yeah, and they were there before you, and that
but
there's no reason that every restaurant has to have outdoor seating to increase the noise level. At some point, it has to stop, and it clearly looks like this open restaurant program is going to continue. And in that sense, to add that with a sidewalk cafe is insane.
Yeah, there's just not enough sidewalk there. I think it becomes a problem for your service as well. So is your decor going to mirror the one in Venice Beach, or you've already been renovating?
I mean, it'll be similar. I mean, it'll be similar, yeah. It's pretty minimalist, but yes.
Right.
It'll look like it'll look very similar. It'll have the feel.
I mean, I have concerns about the second floor window.
Yeah. Shut them. Just shut them.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah, just to also address that. Just to also
and who's going to close that after people sit down?
No.
We just to address that point also, the NoHo Bowery stakeholders also indicated in their letter of support addressed to you that they were okay with those windows as long as they closed by 9 p.m.
I get that, but I take that with a grain of salt. But looking at the list of your board members, etc. Come on. These are all people that live on your block, or they do business on your block.
I think some I know live there, but I can't speak to all of them. I'm sure they don't all live on Bond Street, but I know some.
It's a nice place. It's a nice place to live.
Well, then don't call it the block association if they don't all live there.
Well, it's the neighborhood. It's the neighborhood association. This is the neighborhood association that we always speak to when we have applications on Bond, on Lafayette, in this area.
Well, then you're not talking to the wrong people. You need to talk to the people that actually live there. Just because there's an organization that is pretending to represent the interests of the residents there, that doesn't mean that they actually do. That's all I'm going to say.
But before we go to any community board meeting, we contact any block or neighborhood association that is involved, and this is the one.
I get
it. To my knowledge, there is no Bond Street Block Association.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, but the community board voted no, and our ALJ said that you didn't meet the public interest standard. So
I'm happy to address the ALJ's report if you'd like. I did in my letter, and there were statements made in that report that also don't make sense to me. But again, the community board proposed 23 stipulations to us when we were at committee. They supported this application subject to us agreeing to those. Of the 23, other than the outdoor space, the only issues, as I stated, were the hours, the difference between midnight, 1 a.m., midnight during the week, 1 a.m. on weekends, or 1 a.m. 7 days a week, the question of the windows, the maximum capacity, whether it's 141 or 160, and those were the only issues.
All right, I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead, Don.
All right, Commissioner Beck.
Amanda. I'm going to thank you, Mr. Booth, and Donna, I think her name, for coming and representing the community. Given that this restaurant already exists in LA and have a reputation of being a real restaurant, I'm going to trust that our applicant here is going to do the right thing by this block and the residents on it. With that, I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. I'm going to meet you somewhere in the middle. I'm going to give you 1 a.m. across the board, recorded music only, no DJ, no live music, no promoted events, no private events, but I'll give you 160 capacity, no windows open, and no outdoor service as far as I'm concerned. Manager with at least 5 years of experience, and I need a personal questionnaire when you have him hired.
Commissioner Fan, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If you say no private events, if a company wants to come and book a Christmas party, that means we could not do that. And I think that I think that's unfair. Restaurants do that routinely, and I would ask you to reconsider that.
Well, private events means closing the restaurant to the public.
Right.
Are you talking about closing the entire restaurant?
Yes.
That's what a private event is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a
then-
buy.
then-
A private event is a buyout of the whole place.
All right,
So,
well,
I mean,
I just don't want you to, at some, on some days when there are other things happening on the block, to make it a party block, because that's a risk. There's a reason why you're coming back 6 years later to open on Bond Street, because there are other developments happening that make you realize that this is now a good business opportunity when you've actually abandoned it twice before.
Could
So
they be
I
allowed
just
to have
want
a private event on the second floor, have the bottom floor open?
Yeah, well, that's not a buyout.
But they don't need,
Yeah.
that's not a buyout. I just don't want you to have promoted events.
They have 2 floors.
So
Yeah.
you can
You
do
have a
parties,
Christmas party on one of your 2 floors,
yes.
based on what Commissioner Fan said.
All right, go ahead, Donald.
And Commissioner Ford?
I'll vote to approve under the same, as Commissioner Fan said, being specific that no private events for the entire premises. That doesn't mean you can't have it on the second floor or something like that.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve as well. Under the same conditions. If it becomes an issue, come back. And describe why it's an issue.
I think I'm coming back for reconsideration on the outdoor space. I'm telling you, I think it is unlike
Unless you
any
change
other.
the size of that sidewalk, Mr. Bernstein,
Well, we can do that.
it's just a reality. Look,
Well,
every
let's talk
block is
about-
different, and there are
Well-
certain conditions, But if you can get it on the cobblestone, that's fine. But
I'm happy to
let's
discuss
talk
that
about
now. I mean, we're here now.
Mr. Bernstein, the members voted. We have lots of other matters to consider tonight.
Look, I'll go look at it. I'll go look at it, Mr. Bernstein. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to
Can
adjust,
you
so
put us on
go
mute
ahead.
for a second? Thank you. Can you put us on mute for a second?
Want to go off record for a brief recess?
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Bernstein, you've been approved, so you're.
We're all set, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick question on the DOB matters. Do you want us to ask for an audit from DOB, or how do you want? They clearly have inconsistent information before you and different materials before the DOB.
As I said to you, and I realize this is not going to really help you or answer your question, but as I said, not just to you, but to anybody bringing up DOB issues, we don't enforce for DOB. If DOB has a problem with the capacity we set, we do not allow people to go beyond what their C of O says. So we're not allowed to do that. So if there's
I bring it up because it's a fairness point to the applicant. We are now going to be filing complaints, which may further delay them when there's an opportunity to correct the issue beforehand. And he asked us to fix the capacity, and she did. If DOB has an issue with that, then you're more than welcome to bring those complaints to them. And if they stop it, that's up to them.
So now we're going off record for a brief recess.
All right, thank you.
We're back on the record after a brief recess. Conference.
He's coming back.
Next is
No, he's not done yet.
I just have a question. I just have a question about the decision, just for clarification, because Commissioner Fan, I believe you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you're okay with the street seating but not the sidewalk seating. I think that's what I heard you say. Is your decision that there should be no outdoor seating, or that there can be no sidewalk seating, and we could apply for the street seating under DOT open seats?
Right now, you haven't applied for anything. So why don't we cross that bridge when we come to it?
Well, that was my position from the
Also,
beginning. So that's
Mr.
fine.
Bernstein, I believe the commissioner.
You can answer them, but I don't know why
said
we would.
no service outside.
Yes.
Didn't discuss seating, said no service outside.
All
So
right,
get
I
this.
get- Yeah.
So apply for it. You haven't applied for it yet.
Okay, fine.
I mean, right now, the law that you're relying on is set to expire in July, and it has not been extended yet. In July, it's going to be illegal to walk alcohol out to the street unless the legislature extends it, which they probably will, but they have not yet. So I think that's probably why New York City put a halt on everything until they get their ducks in a row.
So if it
Right now,
continues,
it says
then
no outdoor service. That was the condition that was placed.
both no outdoor service on the street and the sidewalk?
Completely.
Yes, no outdoor service, period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope hit the button.
So next is 632. That's Q102 Pool Hall and Lounging.
Good afternoon. My name is Rahima Ahmed.
And I'm Sally Kissoon.
We are the owners and principal
Opposition?
applicants.
Is any opposition there?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
We're the owners and principal applicants of Q102 Pool Hall and Lounge. We present here today to address any questions or concerns regarding our on-premise liquor license.
Well, the community board is opposed just on principle of being a billiard hall. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So is the concern is it's going to be a restaurant as well, correct or not?
Yes.
That's correct.
The concern is it morphing into a nightclub.
Yeah, what's the DJ for in a pool hall?
The DJ is really to accommodate the music for the community. We live in a heavily Caribbean community that, we use the DJs and music as well.
So what if it's a restaurant and a pool hall? Why isn't background music sufficient?
It's not a restaurant.
No, it's a tavern.
The product that's being offered is very little.
What's going to be the main business, the tavern or the pool hall?
It's going to be predominantly a pool hall, as we have about 15 pool tables.
Yeah.
Okay, that raises a separate issue.
Which is second business.
No, is that under section 64A, there are certain other activities that can be conducted, get a license to the primary business. This is the whole movie theater issue. Pool hall is not one of those things.
Yeah, but they applied as a tavern.
Tavern
Yeah, but
bar.
they're saying that the tavern is not their main business, it's the pool hall. If the pool hall is the main business, they can't get a liquor license, they can only get a wine license.
Oh, which is the movie theater thing, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
This was a pool hall before, though.
Yeah,
What
it
was the
a
license?
pool hall.
Hold on, ladies, hold on,
And
please.
it was an OP before.
Okay.
Was it a full OP before?
And that question probably wasn't asked.
Yeah, that was what it was before.
But he's right. If based on the menu, as Gary said, it's a limited menu,
Okay.
It's gotta be, the only one that applies is the tavern wine.
So how do you want to do this?
I don't know.
I mean, if their main business is being a tavern, food and drink, then they can get a liquor license. If their main business is being a pool hall, they don't qualify.
But if you look at the diagram, it's a pool hall.
Yeah, no, it's a pool hall. It looks like a pool hall. It's a pool hall.
All right, how about you answer the first question you were asked differently? What's your main business?
Well, the main business will stem, I would say 50% of our revenues will come from the liquor. It is a pool.
Yeah.
Why don't we say 51%, just to be clear?
From the
Okay,
food and beverage.
51%.
From the food and beverages, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then we'll start there. You're now a tavern pool hall.
Okay.
Tavern being the primary business.
There we go.
My question.
But there's another issue.
Oh, yeah, I know. Go ahead with yours. I don't know what yours is.
You put in an application that says that one of you is gonna be working
Yeah,
70
that
hours
was
a
my
week
issue.
and keeping your current job, and the other one's gonna be working 105 hours a week.
105 hours.
You expect to do that, work 2.5?
No, we're going, when the application was filed, it was really during the pandemic. That's me. Rahima is going to continue.
Yeah.
This is our focal point.
Yeah, this is going to be our primary focus, and we're going to divide the shifts amongst each other.
But what he's pointing out is one of you has a full-time job and has indicated on the application that you're gonna work 70 hours a week in addition to your full-time job, which puts it probably at 100 and change, 120.
Yeah.
Now, and the other individual said they're gonna be there 15 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah, in answering this question, when we filed this application back in June, a lot has changed in terms of my job. It's become more stressful, and this is why we have started this, thinking about this investment. And going forward, depending on the decision today, my intention is to leave that job. We've invested a lot into this business. We wanted to see this business grow. And
all right, I want to refocus you. How many hours are we going to do a day, each of us?
we are gonna be sharing the time.
Do the 1 to 6.
Yeah. Yeah. So Rahima is gonna be there from 1 to closing or 1 to whenever 1 to 8.
Yeah.
And I'll start from either 4 to closing.
Okay. So about 10 to 12 hours a day. That's more fair. Now, my other question is, why do you have to be open till 4?
That was the hours of the previous owner, and so.
That was the hours we were aware. We were patrons of this establishment in the past, and those were the hours we were
familiar
with.
Okay.
And I just want to point.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to point out to understanding the type of facility establishment we are. We've contacted enforcement on January 10th to get an idea of what apps to use, and we have kind of narrowed down those apps in terms of checking the to validate the IDs. We've already contacted
two licensed security companies, so we are going to be operating as a 21 and over to enter the premises.
Okay.
21 and over.
Yeah. To be honest with you, my concern is not the underage. It's always a concern, but my bigger concern with you guys is late night with the DJ, and doing something other than being a pool hall. But we can deal with that.
Yeah.
Okay, Donald, I'm ready. Whenever you're ready.
I mean, and the DJ won't be there every day. It would maybe be there on the weekends.
On the weekends.
Yeah.
It doesn't make me feel much better.
Yeah. I'm not really.
Sounds like trouble in River City.
Yeah, I'm not really comfortable.
All right.
Go ahead.
I'm going to vote to approve 4 a.m. across the board. You're going to check IDs on every single person who enters.
Yes.
Manager as needed, security guards on the weekends.
Okay.
That doesn't mean.
Which is defined as Friday, Saturday, and night before federal holidays.
Okay.
Yes.
They can have security during the week as well, though, can't they?
Yeah, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
What about the DJ?
I'm okay with the DJ. I frankly don't think the loudness makes a difference.
Not in the pool.
Whether it's someone spinning or, because the pool hall has a certain loud music going on anyway.
Pool hall is loud to begin with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It changes the character of the place.
Actually, having spent the first 30 years of my life playing pool,
It's not
a
that.
pool if it's got a DJ.
That's my
nice-
No, but things are different now. It's not the same as. I'm not going to
It's not
refer
like
to
the
like
movie.
the
I
game
still
places
go-
that I went to when I was a kid.
I
Like
can
it's
still
not.
go into them. And, you know, there's a difference between Chelsea Billiards and the place that's there now, Slate, which is basically a nightclub.
Yeah, but there are bowling halls that have, you know, it's just different now. People expect different things. I think
Whatever
it's-
you want, let's go.
All right.
Either way.
DJ fine or whatever. Same as Commissioner Fan, a vote to approve as well.
I would vote for no DJ, but otherwise I'm fine, but they get the DJ.
But you hear our concerns about the DJ, right?
Yeah, we understand.
Thank you very much. That's all, ladies.
All right,
Have a
thank
good
you
day.
guys.
No dancing, no dancing.
Okay.
They didn't ask for that.
I'm letting
Go
them know,
ahead.
no dancing. Yeah.
Next is 641 and 642. That's AVANT GARDNER LLC.
Okay.
Is anyone there?
Yeah.
Yep, we're coming. Good afternoon, Andrea Caruso from Abrams Fensterman for Avant Gardner.
Meryl Lepsky from General Counsel of T&M. With me are two colleagues, Martin Gleason and Steve Gutstein, also from T&M, the independent monitor for Avant Gardner.
Okay. Thank you
So
for coming.
Thank you for having us. So I think when we were here last time, we were told to put T&M in place for 3 months, and this is our 3-month check-in. I don't intend, unless you want to sort of reiterate everything we did in December, I'm leaving that there. So I think this is more about the report and the sufficiency of the report. As you can tell, the report's quite comprehensive. I think the T&M members are probably better suited to speak to the merits of what's contained within it, other than me. But they have been in place for 3 months. They were there probably more than most independent monitors would ever normally be there in order to make it this comprehensive. So I'm going to turn it over to them unless you have any specific questions for me.
I have one for you.
Sure.
I having read the report, I'm really significantly concerned about why a licensee of this size, with these resources, with this history, which is pretty bad, people have died here, why when there's incidents, there's not incident reports created by the licensee? I'm getting information that unless T&M is there when the incident occurs, they either hear about it word of mouth or they don't know about it.
I don't think that's accurate. Paradox, who is their third-party vendor for medical services, is on site. They are handling all of the medical. They have their own rules and regulations.
That would probably be helpful, but from what I understand, our counsel's office is trying to get those records and you won't turn them over.
Well, it's not that we won't turn them over. That's not accurate. We've explained this to Mr. Meyerhoff many times. He disagrees with the legality of it. Paradox has told us
So
that...
then why don't we leave that alone? I'm not going to get into the legality of it. Then explain to me if those records aren't available to the licensed regulatory body, why there should not be incident reports written up by the licensee.
Well, we have the chart. We get to understand what is happening on a daily basis. They notify us immediately if there's something serious that happens at the time it happens.
They meaning Paradox?
They meaning Paradox. If there is some serious event without disclosing the HIPAA regulated information, they'll say that there has been an incident, but they can't tell us any specifics that would be guarded by HIPAA regulations. That's what we were told.
But wait, so we're going back. So they didn't witness the incident either.
No, it's not. this is a side tour.
Paradox.
Forget about paradox. I think we need to hear T&M say whether or not in a venue of this size, it would be appropriate for all incidents to be reported if there were incidents that were problems for the venue or for its patrons. And my understanding is that Avant-Garde does not keep incident reports. None.
You're saying outside of like paradox, incidents that happen not in.
Correct.
I mean, what if somebody doesn't go for medical attention to Paradox, but there's an incident with a gun that never gets shot, but the gun is in somebody's hand? Is Paradox writing up a report about that? No. Or is the licensee writing up a report about that for their own records or for T&M's use?
Do you know?
No, you don't have. The answer is no.
You can answer. I don't have the answer to that, honestly.
We understand that security does not prepare any incident reports. Paradox, obviously, with regard to medical incidents, is a different matter. And there is some mandatory reporting that's required pursuant to law. But when we say incident reports, well, we're referring to security incidents. For example, if they were to eject a patron who was unruly, they don't prepare a report to memorialize that. And
or if there was a fight.
Which is my understanding as well, and that to me is concerning given the size of the establishment, the negative history that's already there, which is why T&M is here. I don't understand why that wouldn't be happening in order to protect your customers.
Well, we were here pursuant to a settlement. I don't think it was anything has been requested previously regarding this. If that's a request, we can make a request to the security company to keep those records.
I think your status as a licensee demands a level of common sense. And that to me is common sense.
We have had many conversations with the 9-0 precinct, and there are not any significant incidents that they are called to, such as what you're describing at the location.
Then everybody's lucky at this point.
No one's responsible for logging any incidents. So there's no insight we have. Well, look, in a way, Chairman, they're correct. They haven't been charged with anything.
And I'm not insinuating they should have been.
And this is not necessarily the forum. What's before the board today is whether T&M gets extended. Obviously, the chairman has a concern about this particular issue, as do I. I seem to recall having a conversation with T&M, although I may be mischaracterizing it, and if I am, please correct me, that they found it surprising that there were no incident reports kept at this location.
That's correct.
Given its purview and the history here, and given the obligation of a licensee not to suffer and permit disorder when they just paid a huge fine and had a monitor put in place because of disorder.
And that happened while you were monitoring?
All right, well, we can deal with that. You can deal with that through me later.
Yeah,
all right.
and maybe it's just a matter of us charging or whatever, but suffice it to say that's an issue.
All right, do you have any other comments you want to make about the report?
I take no position on whether the monitor should continue. The report obviously is professional. I have concerns about the independence of the monitor. Those concerns continue for me, but the board made its decision and it's up to the board to decide what to do now.
Okay. All right, we can vote, Donald.
All right, Mr. Pan, on whether TMA.
I'm satisfied with what was submitted. I find this comprehensive. I understand the council's concern. I think that this industry is, in the end, there are just really not that many players, in a way we all kind of work together. So I'm going to vote to allow T&M to continue.
The report was definitely comprehensive. I found it disturbing some ways in what I do report, but I guess that's another conversation. But I'm going to accept the report and allow T&M to continue as well.
And Chairman Bradley.
I'll do the same. But I do recommend that and based on the fact that the monitor has now indicated that it would be, in their mind, useful to do incident reports, I would suggest that you start doing them. I'm going to have Mr. Meyerhoff discuss that with you.
Understood. Okay. And this is just for the remaining 9 months, correct? That's where, to fulfill the year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is 612, that's Continental Spirits and Wines LLC.
Thomas Bird from the law office of Stacy Weiss. I'm here with the applicant, Yosef Moradov. So Mr. Moradov is asking that you allow him to move his liquor store a distance of 59 feet.
So let me stop you. Let me stop you. Is there any opposition there?
No, there's no opposition.
No, sir.
All right, we did get 2 protest letters. Go ahead.
Okay, so he currently has an 800 square foot store with 700 square feet of retail space. The new store will be 2,500 square feet with 2,200 square feet of retail space. When Mr. Moradov invested in a liquor store in the area last year, he wanted a larger store, but none was available, and so he settled for the smaller store just to get into the area in the liquor store business. Now the landlord has offered him a deal. The landlord has some idea about renovating or something, but he offered him a deal. He allowed him to terminate the lease, the current lease, and move to another property 59 feet away that the landlord also owns. This will cost Mr. Moradov about $70,000 in renovations, but he is willing to make that investment because the new store will allow him, number one, to have a basement, which he doesn't have. Number
Let me
two,
ask you a question. When did this offer come?
just recently, when did we make this application?
Recently? It was before? It was before you got approved or after you got approved?
Approved for the current license?
Yeah.
After. After we were approved for the current license.
Okay.
Okay? All right. So this new store will allow him to have tasting area, will allow him to have, the new store has wheelchair access. But most importantly, in the new store, he'll be allowed to increase his inventory, especially New York State wines, Asian wines, and kosher wines. The makeup of the Rego Park area is 30% Asian and 50% white, and a significant number of those in the white population are Jewish. So there is certainly a bigger store makes for a better shopping experience for the public, and therefore this would be an advantage and convenience to the public.
When did this store get approved by us? I'm sorry, when did
September of
September 21?
It was issued in September
So it
21.
was a transfer, so it didn't come.
Right, I get that. So you, when you bought the place, you knew what the lease term was, right?
Sure, he did, yes.
And what was the term left on the lease?
How much time is left on this lease?
About a year.
No, it's
Must be-
until
must be more than
2024.
that.
It's
Yeah, it must be
until
more.
December of 2024. You know, we
Right.
have all of these documents, sir.
When was it approved?
And you know the problem I have here? Because what you just said was basically not believable to me. And if he bought the store with the intention of moving it, there's nothing
No, he
wrong with
didn't.
that.
Right.
But there's nothing wrong with it. And I don't believe that he didn't intend to move it when he bought it. I just don't, I find that impossible to believe. When all of a sudden 1 month later, the landlord comes out of the blue and says, double the size of your store.
Not only that, but the application section asks why you're moving, and the application, you wrote, the current premises have no basement for storage.
Right.
Now, there's a new story that the landlord is planning to renovate and has asked you.
No. The landlord is not a compelling reason here. There's no demolition clause in the lease. He doesn't have to get out. He wants to take advantage of this offer that the landlord made. No, that's not true.
Yeah, but you signed the lease for the new space in July before you even got the transfer applications.
Okay.
Have you been paying double rent at two places?
Yes. Yes.
Can I,
Okay,
sir,
so
sir, and
there.
this takes the applicant out of the equation. Are you a lawyer?
No.
Not you. No, I'm talking to your representative.
No, I'm a representative.
Do you think it's your job to come up here and lie directly to our faces?
I am not lying to you. I am absolutely not lying to you.
He signed the lease before he had the other license.
You signed
Didn't
the
you
lease
just
for
hear
the
her?
new store?
Yeah, you
No.
just said he has been paying double rent, sir.
Wait.
How do we know more about your client than you?
Excuse me, let me find out more about this. So they're saying that you signed the lease for the new location before while you were still in the other location.
Yeah, but we didn't want to
Did you
lose
know?
this
Did you know?
opportunity.
Did you know you were going to move when you closed on the other store?
No, we planned it. We planned it. We didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want you to. I don't want you to characterize me as a liar. I'm only reporting what the client tells me, and the client didn't say anything to me about signing a lease in July.
Yeah,
The
you
idea was-
did.
Did you not?
You should not look at the document.
Application and the lease.
Pardon?
You submitted the lease to us with this application. So how did you not know when it was signed?
You're not doing your client any service by doing what you're doing. And I'm going to approve that. The only reason I'm saying this is because I'm going to approve it for him. But it's in spite of you.
Really?
Yeah.
He approved it, he applied May.
So-
He said, I don't have a problem with them buying a store and then planning to move it, but just be honest about it.
May 2020.
Yeah, the application
I know,
was
but they
submitted
just
in May.
went up 3 times.
Besides this lease on July 1st, the new license gets issued July 14th for his current spot. So the license for the new space was signed 2 weeks before he got the license for the existing spot.
Okay. Yeah,
Which means he knew he was moving.
yeah.
And he said he's been paying double rent.
All right, Donald, we can vote.
Commissioner Vance?
What I really wish I could do is rescind this whole thing, but
You can. I'm trying not to hurt the guy who shouldn't be getting hurt.
What?
yeah, but he lied too.
I know, when you asked him, he told you the truth. I didn't read his application.
Fair enough. I'm gonna vote to approve.
You know, we hate being baited and switched. You know, people come before us and do this, and apply for something and then go do something else in the middle of things like this. I'm gonna vote to approve as well, only because, it's not a new store. Some of your opposition seems to think it is.
Yeah, we should just make that clear on the record.
Yeah.
Both of the protest letters assume that this is an additional store and not a movie.
And part of that is the way that the letters are sent.
Yeah.
And I think it's something, we'll review in licensing to make it clearer to people that this is.
Yes, I was gonna bring that up, that I think that'd be a good idea to make it clearer, because it's not the only one in the package today. That people got that impression.
I'll add to my list.
Thank you. We don't have anything else to do, so thank you. I'll approve.
Chairman Grella?
I already said I approved, and I would make sure that you review the paperwork you file with us before you start making representations going forward.
I apologize. You're right. I didn't review it. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is 631. That's Cost Depot Wine and Liquor Inc.
I'm getting too old.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrew Park for the applicant. I have Mr. Lin here and Shinwoo Yi, who's going to be an employee at the premises.
We have opposition.
Okay, we'll hear from the opposition.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Baldev Randhawa. I'm the principal of S&D Brothers Inc., DBA Wine and Liquor Depot. I'm only less than half a mile away from the location, proposed location. And when I came here in 2017, and I represented myself as a public convenience and advantage, having multiple parking spots, very convenient people to get in, get out. It's been struggles years since I opened. Business has been improved during the pandemic because of the online deliveries. Uh, Last couple of years, I have seen about 20 to 30% business come from online platform, which very little margin there. We have to pay the deliveries and the commission middleman. I believe it's going to be very difficult for us to have another store opening in the vicinity when there is a couple of stores already been closed there. It's very struggleful. I don't know how to put in the right words. The population in Rochelle has been stabilized last 10, 15 years, even maybe little less than 1% increase there. I know there are a lot of new development happening. We expect people to move in, but they know certainly who's coming in, how many people are going to be there. And there is, from my location to the new premises, there is no residence in there. We are relying on the commuters or the people who drive them locally. It's been a struggle for me. The first couple of years, I wasn't able to open the store there. I was paying rent because the landlord does not permit me certain type of business. So I feel that it's going to hurt very badly, and we're already going through a very tough time. I urge, please look this request carefully. In my record, the first time, I'm not sure who the interest was. They applied that store under different name. I objected. I don't know what happened to the application. Then now again, just changing the location number from 70 to 71 and switching the name. Initially, they applied as a DBA under the same name that I have at Wine and Liquor Depot. And I'm not sure what they're trying to establish. I mean, we have a really struggle for time for all the other candidates with me, and we're struggling.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bhargav Patel, manager at Main Wines and Liquors.
Wait, which store? I'm sorry, which one?
Main Wines and Liquors. I was one of the 4 closest stores to the proposed application.
Main Wine and Liquors?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yes, got it.
As you had mentioned, that the population hasn't increased a lot. According to the census, the population in 2010 was 77,062 people, and the population in 2020 was only 79,726. So not a lot of population has increased. Within the town of New Rochelle, there's already 13 stores, and from the proposed location, there's going to be 9 liquor stores within a 2-mile radius. We are primarily a driving community. Sales went up and down during the pandemic, but now are decreasing due to inflation and the demand of alcohol consumption. Everyone has its own varieties to make their store stand out. I don't see what this applicant can possibly stock that the stores in New Rochelle don't already have. We already have 2 big warehouses a little bit north from this application and 1 further down south in the next town over. So all within a mile or 2 or less. I don't see any increase of demand for the city of New Rochelle to have another store.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kervin Ventura, and my store is Down Dock Discount Liquors. It's not one of the 4 closest stores, but I am within a 1.5 mile distance of this proposed new location. As they were saying, the population in New Rochelle has significantly increased, and we do have seen the 2 warehouses that opened within the last 12 years and have caused a couple of liquor stores to go under. There was one located, the last one was at 134 North Avenue in New Rochelle, and there was another one on Huguenot Street at the exact location. I can't recall, but it's also within less than a mile of this proposed location. As they mentioned, we did see a bump in sales because of the pandemic in 2019, 2020, but I'm en route to have the worst year since I took over the store in 2012. My sales, I just compared my sales in March to March of 2019, which was kind of the last regular year we had, and I'm down 20% for a number of reasons, but all outside of my control. So I don't see how this new location would serve a public convenience, given that there's absolutely no residential buildings between the proposed location and Dave's store, and it's literally maybe hundreds of feet away. And I'm not sure of the exact size of this store, but it looks pretty big. It definitely looks over 2,500 square feet.
It is 2,600 square feet.
So exactly. So I was kind of close to it. And again, they haven't explained what their MO is, but if they're counting on the population, on the traffic from Costco, there's real no synergy there, because Costco has a big parking lot. Customers will have to drive outside of Costco and go around and get to go into the store when they could just drive a few.
I did not know.
Yeah, when they would have to
Did not
drive.
know. So you're telling me
it's
they have
separate.
to leave the Costco parking lot with their car, get back on the street to drive into this store?
Correct.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
It's
yes.
an oddly-shaped plaza.
Okay.
Correct. And also, I mean, all the stores in New Rochelle there's no bulletproof. All of our stores are open floor. I have a variety of wines from Germany, from New Zealand, from Australia, from France, Italy, and we offer tastings before the pandemic, we started doing those. And I mean, there's absolutely no reason for this store to open. We offer delivery, and now you have all the online services. So I just do not see what the need or what purpose this new store would serve.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
What store does he represent again?
He's outside the top.
He's outside.
Commissioners, if I may address the opposition first. Mr. Rondalla points out that he has ample parking. I mean, he does have a parking available. He's right next door to a Dunkin' Donuts. He also points out that he has had increased sales. He said that he's been struggling with people coming into the store. However, he was able to market himself and offer online and internet sales, which increased. I don't think that's going to be affected by the decrease in restrictions for dining or for outside shopping. He's admitted that he's had increased sales, and again, it's due to him marketing online. As far as AWS, they're further down. They're on Main Street, which is also Boston Post Road. It's a two-way street where he has no parking. It'll be inconvenient for people to go in and out. I think a lot of the people are just dropping in, stopping, buying what they need to pick up and go. They mentioned the lack of increase in population in the area. While it's true that it hasn't been significant, the latest census didn't take into account all the new real estate development that's going on in the area. Maybe within a half mile from AWS, main liquor, there's 4 large high-rise apartments that are going up. I submitted pictures of the apartments and the addresses in my supplemental documents to you last week. There's also another waterfront development that's being developed. So these developments are going to be bringing in hundreds of new apartments and thousands of new residents to the area. My client's location, which is 2,600 square feet, 1,000 of it will be used for storage, 1,600 will be used for actual retail. The center that they're in has the Costco. They don't share the same parking lot, but they're within the same vicinity. It also has a Home Depot. Those two are major warehouse stores, which attracts thousands of customers every day. The fact that we're right off of them offers the public convenience and an advantage, because they can drive into a Costco,
turn the corner and there's our store for them to take advantage of. Given the fact that
So just so I'm clear, the Home Depot and the Costco are in a different parking lot than this store. So I would have to, in order to get to your store, your client's store, I would have to get in my car, drive from one parking lot to the other?
right? Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
But Costco and my client, Home Depot and the applicant, they're all off of Nardozzi Place. Costco is on
Industrial Lane.
Right, Industrial Lane, which is just left of it. The Costco and the applicant store, the rear of the applicant store which is facing the Costco. Again, I-95 is a major corridor that goes through. It's right off of where they are. So you're getting people not only from New Rochelle, but from the surrounding communities as well. With inflation and gas prices going up, and who knows how much higher they're going to go, it's convenient for people to be able to shop in one area without having to go back and forth to a lot of different places.
So do you have a parking lot?
Yes, we do.
Because I'm...
Where?
Right in front.
Oh, I see. Right next to the store. Okay.
Yeah,
Is that your parking lot or is that a public parking?
It belongs to the whole development, that center. I forgot to mention that right next door to them, the landlord has informed them, and they've already started construction, and LA Fitness will be coming in as well. There's also 2 furniture stores. I believe it's an Ashley and a Safave in that area as well.
I'm not sure if I find public convenience in having a liquor store right next to a fitness center.
Plenty of days I walked out of the gym and could use a drink.
Before you make a decision, may I add to my statement and just to address some of the items that
Sure.
Just wait. Let me make sure he's done, please. Are you all finished, sir?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Just so that I'm not sure that the configuration and the logistics of this area is kind of confusing. Dave's store is actually diagonally across from Home Depot. And in order to go into Industrial Lane, you have to drive through his store. And it's kind of a dead-end street. And again, there is no population. This is kind of an industrial area. And he mentioned a fitness, furniture store. Those are not customers that are inherently only dedicated to this particular area. They still have to drive to Dave's store. So he will be impacting his customers directly. That's Dave's customer base, and he does have a parking lot that is convenient to customers.
I understand that, but I think you're misinterpreting what we're supposed to look at here. We're not supposed to look at whether your competitor is going to be affected or not. We're supposed to look at whether this is going to be more convenient or will be convenient for the public. So while it may affect his business negatively, that's not our main concern.
I understand that, sir. And also, as far as
that's not me, and that's not my that's the law. Unfortunately, it's not my decision.
I understand. And also, as far as the buildings that are going up, they're years away. It's not like they're there now.
Yeah.
And also, we did see that the development of 2 bigger projects did not really affect the liquor stores that were already in the area. I mean, we may have seen a slight uptick, but it wasn't noticeable as far as the difference in our business. And we are all under $1 million a year. It's not like we're big stores. So this store going in is cannibalizing on the existing stores. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you. Do you have anything to add, sir?
Yes, to rebut. Again, Mr. Rondau has said that he's sales have increased based on the fact that he's doing internet sales.
I don't want you to reiterate. Do you have anything else you need to add?
Other than the fact that the location of the store, the size of the store, the 1,600 square feet, which will allow them to offer a variety of products,
The fact that we're not only drawing from the people that are coming west from Main Street, from downtown New Rochelle, but it's also advantageous to the people that are to the west of this location as well.
All right, thank you.
Members ready to vote?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
I think this market is super saturated. I think the applicant is certainly qualified to have a store, but I don't think this is the location, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I mean, this location is on a dead end behind Home Depot and across the lot from Costco, but not walking. You still got to get in your car and go around Industrial Drive to go down to the road that it's on. And that's, I'm just pointing it out.
But the signage would address that.
Sir,
Sorry.
I will finish. I'm just, that's not where I'm gonna end up on. But looking at the numbers for the other stores, you know, the closest store, I mean, they had a bump in 2020, then they went down again. Nothing from next three stores was reported. And then the next one, their numbers went up for 20, but went down substantially for 2021. And the next one too, I just don't see a demand for it at this point. I just don't see the demand, so I'm gonna vote to deny.
I'm gonna vote to deny as well. There's 9 stores within a 2-mile radius, in a driving community. There's 3, 4, 5, 6 within a mile of this location. And as Commissioner Fan pointed out, and I agree with her, I think this is a saturated market. And part of the reason I think that is not just because the sales of the surrounding stores are flat, but they're also exceedingly low.
Yes.
On average of what we see around the state on liquor stores. I mean, there are some of these stores that are surviving on under $400,000 in revenue a year, which is, and a couple under 200, other than a couple of banner years during COVID. So I just don't see the demand in the area to add a new one, and I don't see any convenience to this one, since it is what appears to be on a lone dead end, not a dead end street, but certainly an industrial street with a few other businesses on it. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Nothing against the applicants, it's just not here.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is 637, Il Posto, Trattoria, Rustica, CORP.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Adam Clayton Powell, representing the applicant, Il Posto Trattoria Rustica Corporation, and I'm joined by Carlota Chevere, who's the original owner from going back 8 years, and Jancy Infante Espinal, who is now a co-owner as of a few months ago when you approved the corporate change. The issue at hand is simple. They've been operating for 8 years now with wine and beer, and they put in an application for a class change to an on-premises full liquor. There was an incident in late January, right before the full board meeting of February 2nd, late January, where one of your investigators came in and was served a glass of Hennessy. That employee has been terminated, Mr. Infante, over the last couple of months as a result has lost a lot of money and obviously lost a lot of time. And we're hoping that, you know, you can reconsider. As you mentioned on February 2nd, you actually encouraged them to apply for reconsideration. And we are here today trusting that your good judgment will allow them now to proceed.
I don't remember doing that.
Yeah.
But whatever. I mean, I don't recall doing that. I don't know whether one of the other commissioners did. But I don't see anything new here, one, in the reconsideration. The story that was given to us about what occurred to me was even less than credible, simply because our investigator went in, and the story basically was that the waitress pulled a bottle out of her purse and sold him liquor from a bottle she'd been carrying around in the restaurant, or had brought to the restaurant herself without the knowledge of anybody at the restaurant. And why it was incredible was because our investigator went in and said, "Can I get a drink?" And she responded, "What kind?" Now,
What kind of Hennessy?
And she said, what kind of Hennessy?
so I find it hard to believe that the waitress was carrying around multiple flavors of Hennessy.
And while I understand that, but for years.
The point here is the story about the waitress being responsible made no sense then and makes no sense now.
And I don't know that it matters to me because their job is to supervise the premises, and even if what they said happened, it's clear that there was no supervision. So
Understood, but
I
it's
don't know how
also
you
clear.
could-
This place is only sold wine and beer. Your investigators have been there frequently before the incident and after the incident have not seen a drop of.
Our investigators do not go there frequently. The reason they were there was because we got a complaint that they were selling liquor. That's why our investigator went.
No, the
that's not
complaint
why.
was because they had expanded.
No, they expanded.
All right, okay.
I'll tell you what happened. They came in asking for alteration approval and to go to wine and liquor, and then the case was adjourned. And then we sent an inspector there to see what was going on with the alterations. And the inspector went in undisclosed and asked for liquor and was provided it, which was pretty clear to us from that report, to the members from that report, that contrary to what you're saying, and I assume you're not at the restaurant every day. The one time our investigator went there and ordered liquor, it was served to him. His choice of liquor.
Right, but what I'm saying is that.
Kind of speaks for itself.
I just think they need to operate, without violations for a period of time before they reapply to move up in class. I'm not saying I would never do it, but this does raise significant concerns for me about how they could be doing that and thinking that was okay.
Well, the place has a 8-year history, and it's always been a wine and beer place. And what I mean by your investigators, they have visited the location, undisclosed visits, and have not found any alcohol in it.
How do you know that?
That's what my client has told me.
Oh, well.
If they were undisclosed, they weren't very good at it.
How do you know they were undisclosed visits?
I don't know that that's the case
Well,
off the top of my head. But
Unannounced.
How do they know?
Unannounced, they come in and then they say, "I'm with the State Liquor Authority."
That's an
announce.
And just to be clear, during COVID, we had a team of well over 100 investigators that were doing stops at every bar in Manhattan and Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island, and Queens to make sure people were following the COVID protocols. So I'm sure they were coming in several times a week while that was going on. I don't doubt that.
But not ordering liquor or wine, not making undisclosed visits.
I just want to reemphasize that if there is a lesson here, it has been learned. Mr. Jancy Espinal, who came on board about a few months ago, has lost a lot of money and may have to go bankrupt and sell this business. They cannot
Well, they've been
survive
operating
alone.
it. We didn't take their license away. They've been operating with a restaurant wine license for quite some time.
And it was good enough for 8 years, but because of the pandemic, they realized they need to upgrade the class change. Otherwise, they cannot survive.
Well, I think they have to, in my mind, they have to wait a little longer. I don't see anything new here. I'm not voting to reconsider.
Commissioner Fan?
I'll vote no on reconsideration as well.
Commissioner Ford?
I think this place has been a hazard, so I would vote for reconsideration. Okay.
Constant denied.
So it's denied.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, wait 6 months. Apply again in 6 months.
6 months, you got it. Thank you.
When do they realize that coming in and lying doesn't help?
Next is 583, that's Brooklyn Ave, Wines and Liquors, LLC.
I don't know that it would have mattered what the story was.
Hi, good afternoon.
583.
Sorry.
We've been holding this application until that this was the issue where there was an active license there in safekeeping.
Oh, yeah.
And I had spoken to Mr. James, and we just held this application
So where are we?
That license is expired, has not been renewed, it's gone.
And we already heard his spiel on it, so we don't need to hear that again.
Oh, I thought you wanted.
It's replacing that.
Yeah. So I think we can just vote.
All right.
All right.
You just gonna vote?
Yes.
Sure, man.
All right, so I'll vote to approve.
Thank you.
Now that we know that the applicant is truly replacing a store, I will vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 648, it's Seneca Bar Court.
Did we approve the alteration on that last thing? Eventually?
We did.
Yeah.
So we found out they weren't operating in the new one.
Right. Oh, that's what we went, because the complaint was they were operating in the new area without a license. Right.
There was also an issue with the address.
Yes.
Apparently that expansion was.
All right, that's what I was just thinking. We just doubled the size of the restaurant.
648.
Now I'm gonna have to sell it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Timothy Allenwick for the applicant. With me is the principal of the owner, Mauricio Aravallo. This was on because the community board had put in a letter of opposition. It's not a 500-foot, but we went to the community board and then we entered into a stipulation just yesterday, which they forwarded to you. I forwarded a signed copy to you a little while ago. But
do we have that?
I don't have the steps.
It wouldn't be.
So it went to Michael Smith. And
I know, but it's if it's past the deadline, we're not getting it.
I went to licensing too.
I don't want to put it over. What were the steps? How long were the steps?
So the stip is, it's one page. It's 2 a.m. closing every day. No backyard will be used. It's not on the application, the backyard. The music played at the establishment will not exceed that permissible by local noise codes. And he will attend a best practices for nightlife establishment, I guess, meeting with the NYPD.
Is he
Yeah, so they
aware
just-
is he aware the last place there got canceled and why?
So the last establishment was removed, I believe, and then entered into a cancellation for the
Well,
license.
the last two licenses here had extensive adverse history, both of them.
I understand that.
And they were
That's why we
they're both the same method of operation that he's aiming for.
Right. I know the applicant, the principal of the last establishment, Abby's, and she was, I believe, a lot younger without experience, 26 years old. But that wasn't canceled. I'm pretty sure it was removed to Myrtle Avenue. He has, like I said, we've met with the community board.
No,
We've done the phone
it was
call.
canceled. The last license here was canceled.
Okay.
I should say the next to last license. The one before that paid a $15,000 fine.
Okay, so
And
it
then
wasn't canceled.
Correct. He's putting $25,000 of the investment on a credit card. Is that accurate?
He has a line of credit he's using, yes, but he's basically not renovating it, or he's taking over the space as it is.
18%.
And so that
right,
while
I
we mean,
met
met with
they
the
want
community board, yeah, so we met with them extensively. We had a phone
Tom,
conference
do you
with-
have the submission from the community board, the steps that he's referring to? Do you at least have that in your email?
Well, you said
We
sent
sent-
the community, you sent it to Mike Smith?
Now, the community board, Gary Giordano sent it to CB Licensing and Michael Smith yesterday around 3 o'clock.
Did you do anything with it?
I just sent it like 2 hours ago, signed.
To who?
To licensing, the regular licensing email. They sent it yesterday.
Why would you?
Okay, look, someone needs to see
Why
this
would
on
I?
paper.
You didn't
Maybe
have it
just, do
signed.
you have a hard copy there?
Yes.
All right, hand it to,
I have it here.
you do?
I have the email. that you sent at 1:49 today.
Okay, great. Can you just
They
forward
gave
that
it to us yesterday at about 2
I know,
o'clock.
I know,
so
I know.
only
I'm
got
trying to
this.
help you because we're trying to make it so that you don't have to wait another month, okay?
No, I'm sorry. I was
So-
just addressing Mr. Donahue.
Okay. Yeah, but there are deadlines.
I understand. But we had our
But
conference with them
Mr. Howard,
last week.
sending it to licensing info today or yesterday doesn't help because the licensing staff doesn't necessarily know that this is on the full board calendar today.
I'm at the mercy of the community board. We had our conference last
Send it
week.
to secretary.
Right, did you get it yet?
Yeah.
No?
Did you send it to her or no?
I'm sending it now, I'm sending it to everybody. There you go. Oh, and with respect to the other application, that alteration was denied.
It was.
Yes.
Weren't they already connected?
No,
But they didn't come back for reconsideration on the
maybe that's
alteration.
what we said they should come back on.
I think you're right.
No, I think we just generally said if you are unhappy, you have a right to ask for reconsideration. That's, if anything was said, that's what we meant. We definitely didn't say.
So this is,
Come back and I'll
this
change my
is, this is his affirmation. This isn't from the community board.
Exactly.
No, it's from the community board.
Yeah, exactly.
Not, no letterhead on it that says community board.
I asked about that, and he said, since he's signing it, they don't put it on their letterhead. But there's a cover letter that comes with it from Gary Giordano, the district manager. It
If you
says
go down
attached,
the-
please
if you go
find the
down that email
stipulation.
that was forwarded to you, you'll see the a CB email address.
I only have one page.
Like if you go down on the email that Tom
Oh,
forwarded to
oh,
you,
the email itself?
the email itself, if you go down further enough, there's a CB email address. I'm assuming that's who sent the
Yes,
stipulation
Gary
to you, Mr.
Giordano.
Owen?
Yes.
Yep, Gary, please sign this agreement and send it back to us so that we can forward the agreement to the New York State Liquor Authority.
Okay. So that would be 648, and sign it as a supplemental.
Okay, whenever they're
All
ready.
right, I'm good.
Commissioner Fence?
With the community board stipulation and input, I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. 2 AM across the board. Board. Security guard as needed. Manager as needed, no promoters. I'm going to allow DJ jukebox, recorded music, along with pageant dancing. But at the at the low decimal point that the community board letter addressed. So,
Commissioner Ford?
I'll agree to the same.
I'll agree to the same. And make clear that it should be that the community board points to a decibel level, put that in the,
he said like within local law.
so that the police have something to compare it to when they, should they ever have to enter into the place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Donald, can I just take 2 minutes?
Yep, we're gonna take a brief recess. We'll be back shortly. On the record after a brief recess. Next is 585, that's Heaven Empire Restaurant, 319 Court.
Good afternoon, Frank Palillo.
Kevin Marcel.
This is an application for an on-premises liquor license. I believe the last license was canceled.
Yeah, I think he was revoked.
Revoked.
You're not related to Bessem, right? I know people have asked you before. He was
Kaiser
just
Sosa.
a very colorful and unlawful character.
Kaiser Sosa.
Yeah, he was a real piece of work.
The one thing I want to mention, I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Fan. I was hoping to get a personal questionnaire of the manager to you by last week's deadline. Unfortunately, the job wasn't filled until Monday evening.
585.
So I will be submitting a personal questionnaire as part of, it's fine if we make that a condition.
Okay. All right, I'm going to vote to approve. Is that okay? I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. I'm going to do midnight across the board, recorded music only, no promoters, no dancing, security as needed, personal questionnaire of the manager should be submitted before you pick up the license.
Not a problem.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll agree to the same thing.
And Chairman Bradley.
I'll agree as well to the same thing.
Thank you. Have a good month.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Next is 591, Just One Tavern, Inc.
591.
What number was that again? I'm sorry.
591.
591.
Sorry, if you could just give me one moment, my client's walking up.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Benjamin Corngut. I am the attorney for Just One Tavern, Inc. I have with me today John Brazel Jr. and Patricia Brazel, who I'll introduce them and state their role in a little bit. This is in connection with a no contest plea for case number 157035. I respectfully request that, given the circumstances that I'm going to detail below, that the board accept a monetary penalty of $5,000 for this no contest plea. Just to give you a little background on what happened, this license was initially applied for in January of 2015. That included an application for an on-premises liquor license and a temporary retail permit. Those applications were approved in May of 2015. At the time the license was approved, the principals of the licensee were John Brazel Sr. and Michael Schulock. They each owned 50%. The licensee operated without incident until 2021. On April 23rd, 2018, John Brazel Sr. passed away. As part of the licensee's renewal application in March of 2019, it was disclosed that Mr. Brazel passed away, and the other principal on the license at the time signed a stipulation stating that a corporate change would be filed within 15 days of the renewal. That corporate change was not filed. Due to COVID, the licensee was closed for much of 2020 and 2021. In April of 21, a renewal application was filed. This renewal was disapproved for failure to file a corporate change. A corporate change application was filed in April of 2021. The corporate change application was approved in July of 2021, which added John Brazel Jr., who is the decedent's son. After the corporate change was approved, reconsideration for the renewal was granted, and the license was issued. After the corporate change, the ownership was John Brazel Jr. 50 shares and Michael Schulach 50 shares. While the corporate change was pending, the licensee was closed and did not operate from May 1st to July 12th because it did not have a liquor license. They were fully shuttered. After the license was renewed in July, there was an investigation in August, and the licensee received a demand for documents from SLA investigator McKenna. The licensee provided all the requested documents, and Mr. Brazel Jr. and myself appeared at an interview at the Zone 1 offices with Mr. McKenna on December 13th, 2021. On January 28th, we received the notice of pleading. I spoke to Mr. Schwartz, who was counsel for the SLA on that matter, and attempted to negotiate a conditional no contest plea and a monetary fine. And I was told that the only offer that counsel's office would accept was cancel and bond. So we submitted a no contest plea to get before the board to explain the facts.
All right, so let me ask you a question. How long have they owned this place?
Since 2015.
Mr. Brazel died in 2018, is that correct?
Mr. Brazel died in 2018, yes. I have the death certificate was submitted as part of the corporate change application.
But, so he bought it in 2015, the man who passed away?
With a partner, with Mr. Schulach, who's still on the license.
Okay.
Who's still a principal. Okay.
You say that the corporate change was not filed after the stipulation for late renewal because the restaurant was closed.
No,
he just said it didn't, he wasn't.
I just said it didn't get filed, where, you know.
But the restaurant wasn't closed either, right? You were charged with violations during the period in which you say it was closed, and Mr. Brazel Jr. signed a not guilty plea even though he wasn't on the license, correct?
That we don't dispute any of that. I said they were closed for much of 2020 and 2021, like most restaurants and bars in New York City.
So can you just give me a bottom line here? How did this screw up happen like this?
Sure. So
my client, I'm going to assume it was a screw up and not something intentionally done, because really there's no reason to do it intentionally.
Right. Right. So that's essentially exactly right. My client doesn't dispute any of these charges. To put it simply, upon the passing of John Brazel Sr., his wife, who I have with me today, Patricia, who will speak in a little bit, and his son chipped in to manage his affairs where possible. Mr. Brazel was an attorney. He was a businessman. He was really the person managing all the affairs of the family. And when he passed away,
where's the partner now? Where's the partner today?
He's working.
Okay. Can we just turn? Can we?
Counsel.
Can we just turn this off for a second?
Yeah, we'll go off the record
to talk to counsel.
Yep. We're back on the record after a conference with council. The members ready to vote?
Yes. Yes.
Thanks for coming in. I'm going to set the penalty at $2,000.
Commissioner Ford
I'll do 2,000 as well.
and Chairman Bradley.
That was at 10.
And just to be clear here, so that they are aware of what should be happening but isn't happening, normally we would cancel the license here.
That's understood.
The fact that they both went to 2,000 is a serious mitigation to the benefits of your clients. So I just want them to recognize that and start being a little more sophisticated in their business dealings.
That's understood, and the ownership that's reflected on the authority's records now, that's the correct ownership, and going forward, it will remain the correct ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is 652A. It's a request for declaratory ruling.
Good afternoon, members. Ben Savitsky of Bernstein, Rado, and Savitsky. I know it's been a long day. This is a request for a declaratory ruling. I could give a quick summary, or I could just answer questions, whatever you would like.
What number is this?
652A.
Oh, A.
The importer license.
Yeah, I don't need any. I don't need anything. Do you guys need anything?
No, I don't.
Okay, we're ready to vote.
Wait,
just to be clear, this is a declaratory ruling asking for permission to have an importer's license share office space with a wholesale license, which has not, this agency has not permitted previously, but having analyzed it legally, I think we're going to change that, so.
Yes.
Great. So I'm going to vote in the affirmative to say that the ABC law does not prohibit the use of the same office location for an importer license and a wine wholesaler license.
I'm going to vote to approve under the same conditions.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Jonathan, I have nothing else in New York City. Is there anyone else there?
Oh, there's no one else there.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Okay, let's go.
Sign off. All right. 571, it's an offer of 2,000.
Accept.
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 572 is an offer of 1,500.
I'm going to go to 1,000.
I'll do 1,000. 1,000. 30 years unblemished.
573 is an offer of 2,500.
I'll accept 2,500.
Accept.
Accept.
574 is an offer of 1,000.
1,000, accept.
1,000.
Accept.
575 is an offer of 3,000.
It's the second time we've done this, right?
5.
What did you say, Commissioner?
5,000.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, 5,000.
5,000 because it is the second hookah violation, and one they already paid a fine on.
576, it's an offer of 1,500.
This is one employee. I'm going to go to 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
577 is an offer of 500.
500.
500.
Accept.
578 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
Accept.
Accept.
579 is an offer of 2,500.
Accept 2,500.
Accept.
Accept.
580 is an offer of 3,500.
3,500.
Accept.
Accept.
582 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Accept.
Accept.
588 is an offer of 1,500.
This was 3 employees. I'm going to go to 1,000.
You said 588?
Yes.
You said 1,000, Commissioner
Yeah.
Pan? I'll do 1,000.
1,000.
590 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500, accept.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
592 is an offer of 2,000.
License surrendered. Yeah, 2,000.
Accept.
Accept.
593 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
Accept.
Accept.
594 is an offer of 1,000.
So this offer was actually 1,500?
I missed that. You mean that's what it says in the letter?
Yeah?
Yeah, I was going to counter at 1,500, so.
But they say they actually submit a CNC of 1,500 but request the board to consider a fine of 1,000.
So the agenda sheet is wrong.
Yes.
So you can accept the 1,500.
I'm at 1,500.
1,500.
Yes.
Based on the letter from the licensee.
No, that's the offer. It's
Right.
not that's right, it's just a typo.
Right.
So accepting 1,500.
Yep.
Yes.
595 is an offer of 1,000.
This was a date lapse. They don't have history. I'm gonna go to letter of warning.
Yeah, I'll do letter of warning as well.
Letter of warning.
596 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
Accept.
597 and 610 is an offer of 1,500.
Back to
I'm
council's
gonna ask
office.
this gets sent back to council's office.
Back to council's office.
Issue with the charges.
Back to council.
598, no contest, default hearing.
Cancel for the record. 'Cause
Oh.
this is expired.
I had 7,000.
We can still bond
You
it.
can still get the bond.
The bond goes for 2 years.
Oh.
After the
Or
fact.
we can try to get it.
Yeah.
So what, cancel and bond?
Cancel and bond.
Yes, cancel and bond.
Okay.
599, it's a no contest, default at hearing.
I'm at 5,000.
I was at 6,000, but I'll do 5,000.
I was at cancel and bond, just because it's the third consumption of arms.
Okay.
Okay.
600, it's a no contest, default at hearing, pleading.
Yeah, given the history here and the charges, I'm gonna request this gets sent back and then we try to serve them.
Sure. Back to council's office.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sharon, you okay with that?
Yes.
601 and 62 is an offer of 10,000.
This is very problematic. Brand new license.
Yeah, 2021, a year.
Lots of fighting.
Is that on the Miracle Mile?
No.
Or am I in the wrong town?
Report?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Alright. I accept.
Accept.
So
603 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500 accept.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
604 is an offer of 1,000.
Is there anything pending here?
Say yeah.
Is there anything
Do we have
anything
in the
else?
pipeline behind this, you mean?
No, just is there anything else going on? Because this is the hotel is having a concert. I just can't tell from the notes that was this inside the hotel or outside the hotel.
I don't know the answer to that. But I can pull it up if you want. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
It's a police referral, so we may not have the answer. Let's see.
Okay.
Approach police witness patrons of the hotel emptying into the parking lot and into the street over 200 people. Patrons were belligerent and extremely intoxicated to the point that they shouldn't have been served alcoholic beverages. 2 of the licensed areas of the hotel, a fight broke out inside.
Ah, okay. All right, I am going to accept 1,000 then. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Accept.
605 is an offer of 7,500.
So, are they going to file an alteration here?
They say they're temporarily closed, which means they should have put their license into safekeeping.
Right.
They didn't do that.
So what
They
are we
also
going to
haven't
do?
filed
The alteration,
the alteration.
for the renovation.
They
that
say they are installing a new kitchen, which is nice that they're doing that, since they had no food. But you could make the offer conditional on something.
Yeah, it would say 7,500, but they need to file the alteration before they reopen.
Technically, a counter offer.
Yes.
That's fine.
Well, we didn't close them, so I don't know that we can say, we didn't suspend their license, did we?
No.
They're seasonal.
No.
You can give them a time frame. You can say
They
within.
don't have to file the alteration, they could, well,
Well, they say they're doing renovations, so they need to file the
Oh,
alteration.
this is seasonal?
No, I mean, I think, are they said they're closed for the season, even though they're on seasonal?
No, they already have their license, because it expires in July of 2022, so we can certainly condition it on that, I don't think you can condition on them reopening.
You could put a timeline on when they have to file the the alteration application. I mean, they're acknowledging that.
So do it by Memorial Day, that's probably when they open.
Yep.
5/31.
That works.
And file alteration by 5/31.
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone's okay with that?
Yes.
606, it's a new on-premises beer application.
the prior cancellation of this location was the offer for charges that would not have resulted, I don't think, in cancellation.
Right.
So,
And he has a loan too, doesn't he? But I guess I don't care.
he bought this place, obviously, and is running it for that.
Yeah.
Okay, I will vote to approve, and I will also allow the bathroom waiver.
I will do the same.
Same here.
608 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500 is that?
608. Accept.
Accept.
609 is an offer of 10,500.
10,005.
Accept.
Accept.
611 is an offer of 1,500.
I'm gonna go to 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
614 is an offer of 1,500.
I'll accept 1,500.
Accept.
Accept.
615 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000 accept.
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 616 is an offer of 2,000.
I'm gonna dismiss this charge.
Gary wants that back. Don't you, Gary?
He wants us to.
Yeah, or you guys can dismiss it, I'm just gonna dismiss it.
Oh, okay.
Dismiss.
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 Yeah, just for the record, if the licensee is looking, I think the police report mischaracterized what happened here, and that is why we charged what we charged. That's why we're withdrawing.
617 is an offer of 2,500.
These stalking charges are really that serious?
Stalking?
Like stalking.
Well, the question, of course, is why does the grocery store have no groceries? Sometimes it's because it's there's a lot of.
Kind of like, why does the emperor have no pants? That kind of
thing. Yeah. Well, in the TV show The Wire, there was always a reason for it, and it's an ugly one.
Yeah.
But I think it's an appropriate choice.
Okay, 2,500 accept.
The concern is, as Gary's pointing out, that it turns into some other kind of store, such as a drugstore.
Right.
We used to have this a lot in the North Country, stores getting grocery store licenses, and you had one that just sold beef jerky and beer.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Which I don't have a problem with that. I think the going to sell the illicit stuff is a bigger problem.
Yeah.
But it was just a way for them to get a license to sell beer by claiming they were a grocery store.
No, because there really is, unless you go out and buy a C license, which is going to cost you $50,000, you're not going to get a license to sell beer.
Was everyone accepted?
Yes.
Yes.
618 is an offer of 750.
750.
Accept.
Accept.
619 is an offer of 3,500.
Accept.
Accept.
I'll accept 3,500.
620 is an offer of 2,500.
Accept.
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 621, 622, 623, and 624 is an offer of 50,000.
Surprised they didn't show up. I'll accept 50,000.
I just want to make clear on, so this is on video, that this is probably the end of the road for them. They have now paid 30, 10, 5, and are about to pay 50.
98.5 would be the total.
I think another 1,000 and they've hit the 99 jackpot. I'll accept as well.
Accept.
And these are egregious violations.
625, it's no contest default pleading.
I'm at 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
626 is an offer of 15.
I'm gonna go to 1,000.
1,000.
626, you said?
Yes.
1,000.
627 is an offer of 6,500.
6,500.
6,500.
Accept.
628 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500, accept.
Accept.
623 is a new tax store application.
She didn't show up.
Yeah, but I think we have to.
620.
I think we can find public convenience and advantage based on distance.
Oh,
Yep.
633.
I find public.
I thought you said
convenience
630.
managed. I vote to approve.
Based on the distances of the 4 closest stores, I find public convenience and advantage, and I vote to approve.
Which one is this now?
633.
We already heard them, the Village of Corfu.
No, they didn't come.
No, you're thinking about the one in Buffalo. That was outside of Buffalo.
Hold on,
Was I?
You did say Corfu. Were you looking at the wrong application?
I think you were.
We denied it anyway. Oh, no, we granted it.
Pendleton. No, that's not.
It was the 200-foot store, 200 feet, square feet. That's the one he was. Wrong.
It was the one in Richmondville, in Schoharie.
Oh, Richmondville.
You did
Well,
say Corfu.
Yeah. I would have said the same thing for Richmondville too, because there's nothing.
That's good.
I did.
What a relief.
You don't have to wind the whole thing back.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we all approved.
For the record, I did mean Richmondville.
Okay.
All right.
So you did have the right application. You just misspoke about the town's name.
Yes, because to tell you the truth, without even looking at it, I can tell you that the closest store to it was to the northeast.
And those people were on the way back saying, why didn't he?
Yeah. They
They
didn't.
think they have to find a lease in Corfu.
They didn't correct me.
They're probably wondering where the heck Corfu is.
They did not. They did not. correct me.
That is classic. I just didn't even look at the town name. I assumed you were right.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention to you though.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
636 is a new tax store application.
No protests. Oh, this is a closer call. I leave this up to you.
I had a question about the lender, but
This was previously licensed as what? Do we know? Was this a package store
There
previously?
was a
Yes,
package
it was.
store here that removed itself to 0.6 miles away and then surrendered itself in 2017.
Yeah.
So it was a liquor store in 2013. No one protested at the 5 stores.
I think you may have asked me why. Why it was removed and then surrendered, and there was no
Yeah.
explanation as far as why they surrendered once they moved.
Maybe there's no business up there.
Well,
In Rome, there's business in Rome.
I will leave that up to you guys.
she's a friend and she's lending him $60,000.
I'm pretty familiar with it. The first house that my late wife and I bought was in the next block, so I lived there for 6 years. So this is in the heart of the city. There's another store not too far away that we just closed in Rome, that we just canceled. So sort of like a replacement as far as I'm concerned. So I would vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve then as well.
Okay, vote to approve.
638 is an offer of 7,500.
Accept.
Accept.
Are all these sale to minor and suspending the cigarette, is that interchangeable? Is that why this is so high?
Yes, in my, yeah, it goes from.
There's two incidents here. There's one in September and then there's one in December.
Oh, I
after
see.
They were already suspended.
I
This is
see.
actually light.
It's actually a discount. Okay, I get
But
it.
the second
7,500.
offense was a small amount, so maybe that's why I think Lisa did this. Yeah,
Got it.
That's why the numbers go.
Okay.
But they generally are treated like a sale of the minor,
Interchange.
3,070, or 3,500, 7,500, or 7,000, something like that.
Right.
And then
Okay.
third time, 10, and then gone.
Right, so then,
Very
639, that's a request for reconsideration.
This go
This is the
back to,
one.
back to council for new notice of pleading.
They're claiming that
They got the wrong notice of pleading.
Right.
They got a notice of pleading.
So you want this back?
Yeah.
No, this is 639, not 640.
Yeah,
this is a
639.
different one. This is
Oh.
where we sent the wrong, we crossed notices of pleading.
Okay, so yeah, send it back to council.
back to council's office.
Yeah, and then 640.
Same thing.
I'll call it first.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, 640 is a request for reconsideration.
Yeah, and on this one, the licensee is claiming that they thought they were negotiating a deal for a CNC at less than 1,500, which they may have thought that in their own mind, but I don't think that we would have sent that up. But we did, they did not offer a CNC of 1,500, so it should go back to council's office. And they can go to hearing. We should have treated it as a not guilty plea. They can go to hearing, but I guess they could get a dismissal at hearing. But I don't think the board would do less than 1,500 on a case like this. This was pretty routine at the time.
Okay, send it back for a hearing.
Back to council.
Recon granted back to council, right?
Yeah.
For hearing, not for a plea.
We're gonna treat it as a not guilty plea.
Yeah, because we're not gonna take less, as he said, they're certainly not gonna offer more, so that leaves them at a hearing.
Commissioner Fan, you're okay?
Yes, I'm good with that.
I'm good.
645 is an offer of 2,000.
Accept.
Can we go off the record for a second?
Go off the record.
Yes.
Yes.
We're still on 645.
Six,
yeah?
no,
645.
645.
2,000 accept.
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 646, it's a offer of cancel and bond.
Oh, this this is it's going away now? Okay. Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, I don't remember this. But okay.
647, it's a new on-premises liquor application. Secretary's office received an email from the new representative asking to adjourn to 427.
All right, 427.
427.
427 it is.
And 652B, it's a request for direction from licensing bureau.
What happened to the other one?
Did I skip something?
No, so,
What
Tom, you want
happened
to
to
explain?
650?
Wait, 650, yeah, Donald, what
What
happened?
about 650 and 652?
I accidentally grabbed everything. 650 is an offer of 5,000.
5,000 accept.
Accept. All right, Tom, or I'm sorry, ring in
652.
652.
Accept.
We got 652.
652, it's an offer of 6,000.
I'll accept 6,000.
Accept.
652.
And then 652B is a request.
Accept.
Chairman, what is,
So this is, what's that?
that's the one where Brooklyn Museum, they want to clarify what are we actually
I
asking?
want, so at the last meeting,
Oh.
we had the disciplinary. There was a
Okay.
discussion about the endorsement to add a museum, and also the endorsement application to change the method of operation. And the chairman made a comment, which you both agreed to, that the application had to come to the board. Now that I'm getting older, I kind of lost track of what you guys meant by the application. Did you mean the endorsement application to add the museum, or the endorsement application to change the method of operation, which would be to address the violations that were part of the disciplinary?
They want to add, the
DJ.
method of operation, they want to add DJs and dancing, and that's, somebody got hurt when they were having DJs and dancing.
They want to add the things they weren't allowed to do that was open to
So
business.
I'm going to recommend that that comes to the board. The other endorsement for the corporate change can be done by licensing.
Yes, I agree with
The
that.
method of operation, okay.
So the method of operation comes to the board.
Agreed.
What he said.
All right, I have nothing else on today's calendar. Chairman, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
All right, meetings adjourned.
Thank you.